Chapter 1 of the Canterbury Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Chapter 1. Here beginneth the book of the Tales of Canterbury. When that April, with his sure resorter, the drought of March hath pierced to the rotor, and bathed every vein in switch liqueur, of which virtue engendered is the flour, when Zephyrus eke with his sweete breath inspired hath in every holt and heath the tender croppers, and the younger son hath in the ram his half for coursie run, and smaller fowls maken melody, that sleepen all the night with open eye, so pricketh hem nature in her courages. Them longen folk to goen on pilgrimages, and palmers for to seeken strange strandes, to fun always couth in sundry landes, and specially from every shire's end of England to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful matter for to seek, that hem hath holpen when that they were sick. Befell that in that season on a day, in Southwark at the tabard as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with full devout courage, at night was come into that hostelry, while 29 in a company of sundry folk by aventure yfellach in fellowship, and pilgrims were they alle, that toward Canterbury woulden ride. The chambers and the stables weren wide, and well we weren eased at a best. And shortly, when the sun was to rest, so had I spoken with them everych one, that I was of their fellowship anon, and made forward early for to rise, to take our way there as I yow devise. But natheless, while I have time and space, ere that I farther in this tale apace, methinketh it according to reason to tell yow all the condition of each of them, so as it seemed me, and which they weren, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in. And at a night then will I first begin. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that for the time that he first began to riden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lordes were, and thereto had he ridden no man fair, as well in Christendom as heathenesse, and ever honoured for his worthiness. At Alexandra he was, when it was won, full after time he had the bawd begun, aboven alle nations in prus, in Latow had he raised, and in Rus, no Christen man so oft of his degree. In journeyed at the siege eke had he be of Algezire, and ridden in Balmary. At Laus was he, and at Satalie, when they were won, and in the great sea at many a noble Reeve had he been. At mortal battles had he been 15, and foughten for our faith at Tremesine. In Leicester's thrice, and aye slain his foe. This ilke worthy knight had been also some time with the Lord of Palatine, Agavin, another heathen in Turkey, and evermore he had a sovereign price. And though that he were worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy ne said in all his life unto no man of wight. He was a very perfect gentle knight. But for to tellen you of his array, his horse were good, but he was not gay. Of fustian he weared a jipoon, all besmuttered with his habergeon, for he was late to come from his viage, and went for to doom his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lover and a lusty bachelor, with lockers cruel as they were laid in press. Of 20 year of age he was, I guess. Of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver, and great of strength. And he had been some time in Shivashi, in Flanders, and in Ortus and Picardy, and borne him well as of so little space, in hope to standen in his lady grace. Embroidered was he as it were a mead, all full of fresher flowers, white and reed. Singing he was, or flyting all the day. He was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse, and fair a ride. He could a songers make, and well endite, just and eke dance, and well portray and write. So hot he loved, that by night tale he sleep nae more than doth the nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly and serviceable, and calf before his father at the table. A yeoman had he, and servants no more at that time, for him list to ride so, and he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows, bright and keen, under his belt he bar full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly. His arrows drooped not with feathers low, and in his hand he bar a mighty bow. A knot head had he, with a brown visage, of woodcraft well could he all the usage. Upon his arm he bar a gay bracer, and by his side a sword and a buckler, and on that other side a gay dagger, harnessed well and sharp as point of spear. A Christopher on his breast of silver sheen, an horn he bar the baldric was of green, a forester was he, soothly, as I guess. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full simple and coy. Her greatest oath was but by Saint Loy, and she was clepen Madame Eglantine. Full well she sung the service divine, entuned in her nose full seemly, and French she spak full fair and fetisly, after the school of Stratford atte Bow, for French of Paris was to her unknow. At meete well y taught was she withal, she let no morsel from her lippes fall, ne wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel and well keep, that no drop ne fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest. Her overlippe wiped she so cleane, that in her cuppe was no farthing seene of grace, when she drunken had her draught. Full seemly after her meat she wrought, and sickly she was of great disport, and full pleasant and amiable of port, and pained her to country fete cheer of court, and being estatlich of manier, and to been holden dean of a reverence. But for to speak of her conscience, she was so charitable and so piteous, she woulde weep if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of smaller houndes hadde she, that she fed with roasted flesh, or milk and wastel bread. But sore weep she if one of them were dead, or if men smote it with a yerde smout. And all was conscience and tender heart. Full seemly her wimple pinched was, her nose tratis, her eyen grey as glass, her mouth full small, and thereto soft and red. But sickly she had a fair forehead, it was almost a span abroad, I trow, for hardily she was not undergrow. Full fetis was her cloak, as I was ware, of small coral about her arm she bore, a pair of beads gauded all with green, and thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which there was first write a crowned R, and after Amor vincit omnia. Another nun with her had she, that was her chapelaine, and priestess three. A monk there was, a fair for the mastery, an outrider that loved venery, a manly man, to being an abbot able. Full many a dainty horse had he in stable, and when he rode, men might his bridle hear ginglen in a whistling wind as clear, and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell, thereas this lord was keeper of the cell. The rule of Saint Maur or of Saint Benite, because that it was old and some deal straight, this ilke monk leet olde thinges pace, and held up to the newer world the space. He hath not that text of pulled hem, that saith that hunters be not holy men. Nay, that a monk, when he is cloisterless, is likened till a fish that is waterless. This is to sayn, a monk out of his cloister, but thilke text held he not worth an oyster. And I said his opinion was good. What should he study and make himselven wood upon a book in cloistery alway to pore, or swinken with his handes and labour as Austin bit? How shall the world be served? Let Austin have his swink to him reserved. Therefore he was a pricker sore right. Greyhounds he had, as swift as fowl in flight. Of pricking and of hunting for the hare was all his lust, for no cost would he spare. I saw his sleeves perfilled at the hond with grease, and that the finest of a laund, and for to fasten his hood under his chin, he had of gold he wrought a curious pin. A love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald, that shone as any glass, and eke his face as he had been a knight. He was a lord, full fat and in good point, his eyen steeper and rolling in his head, that stemmed as a furnace of a lead. His botes supple, his horse in great estate. Now certainly he was a fair prelate. He was not pale as a forpined ghost, a fat swan loved he best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry, a limiter, a full solemn man, in all the orders four, his name that can so much of dalliance and fair langage. He had a maid full many a marriage of younger women at his own cost, and to his order he was a noble post. Full well beloved and familiar was he with franklins over all in his country, and eke with worthy women of the town, for he had power of confession, as said himself, more than accurate, for of his order he was licentiate. Full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to yive penance, thereas he wist to han a good pittance. For unto a poor order for to yive is sign that a man is well y shrive. For if he yaff, he dost to make a vaunt, he wiste that a man was repentant. For many a man so hard is of his heart, he may not weep, although him sorrow smart. Therefore, instead of weeping and prayers, men mote yive silver to the poore friars. His tippet was aye fastened full of knives and pins for to yiven fair wives. And certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and play on a rote. Of yedings he bar utterly the price. His neck white was as the fleur de lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion. He knew the taverns well in every tune, and every hosteler and tapast air, bet than a lazar or a beggar stare. For unto such a worthy man as he, accorded not, as by his faculty, to have with sic lasses acquaintance. It is not honest, it may not avance, for to dealen with no switch puerile, but all with wretche and sellers of betoil, and over all there as profit should arise. Courteous he was, and lowly of service. There was no man nowhere so virtuous. He was the beste beggar in his house, and yaf a certain firm for the groan. None of his brethren came there in his haunt. For though a widower had not a shoe, so pleasant was his in principio, yet would he have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well betterer than his rent, and rage he could as it were right to wealth. In love days there could he muckle help, for there he was not like a cloisterer, with a threadbare cope, as is a poor scholar, but he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semi-cope, that rounded as a bell out of the press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweeter upon his tongue, and in his harping, when that he had sung, his eyen twinkled in his head aright, as doon the starres in the frosty night. This worthy limitour was clapped Hubert. A merchant was there, with a forked beard, in motley, and high on horse he sat, upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat. His bootes clasped fair and piteously, his reasons he spak full solemnly, sooning alway th' increase of his winning. He woulda the sea were kept for anything betwixt a Middleburgh and Orawell. Well could he in exchange shieldes sow. This worthy man full well his wit beset, there wiste no wight that he was in debt, so estaatly was he of his governance, with his bargains, and with his chevisance. Forsooth he was a worthy man withal, but sooth to say, I know't how men him call. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic had a long ego. As lean was his horse as is a rake, and he nast not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollower, and thereto soberly. Full threadbare was his overrest courtepy, for he had getten him yet no benefice, ne was so worldly for to have office. For him was lever have at his bed's head 20 books, clad in black or red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robers rich, or fiddle, or gay soutry. But albeit that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friendes hente, on books and on learning he it spente, and busily gan for the soulless prey of him that yaf him wherewith to schole. Of study took he most cure and most heed, not a word spak he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick, and full of high sentence. Sooning in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, war and wise, that often had a been at the pavise, there was also full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed switch, his wordens weren so wise. Justice he was full often in assize, by patent and by plain commission. For his science and for his high renown, of fees and robes had he many une. So great a purchaser was nowhere known. All was fee simple to him in effect. His purchasing might not been in fact. Nowhere so busy a man as he then is, and yet he seemed busier than he was. In termes had he cause and domes all, that from the time of King William were fall. Thereto he could endite and mak a thing, there could no white pinch at his writing, and every statute could he plain by rote. He rode but homely in a medley coat, girt with a scent of silk, with bars small. Of his array tell I no longer tale. A francolin was in his company, white was his beard, as is the deity. Of his complexion he was sanguine, well loved he by the morrow a sup in wine. To liven in delight was ever his wone, for he was Epicurus' own son, that held opinion that plain delight was verily felicity perfect. An householder, and that a great was he, Saint Julian he was in his country. His breed, his ale, was alway after une, a butterer and bindman was nowhere known. Without tobacco meat was never his house, of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous, it snowed in his house of meat and drink, of alle dainties that men coulde think, after the sundry seasons of the year. So changed he his meat and his supper. Full many a fat partridge had he in mew, and many a bream, and many a luce in stew. Woe was his cook, but if his sauce were poignant and sharp, and ready all his gear. His table dormant in his hall alway stood ready covered all the longe day. At sessions there was he lord and sire, full oft the time he was knight of the shire. An Annise and a gypser all of silk hung at his girdle, white as morn milk. A sheriff had he been, and a contour, was nowhere such a worthy vavassour. An haberdasher and a carpenter, a webber, a dyer, and a tapicer were with us eke, clothed in all livery, of a solemn and great fraternity. Full fresh and newer her gear appeaked was, her neighbours were y-chapped not with brass, but all with silver, wrought full clean and well. Her girdles and their pouches every deal, well seemed each of them a fair burgess, to sitten in a yeld hall on a dais. Ever rich for the wisdom that he can, was shaply for to been an alderman. For cattle had they enow and rent, and eke their wivers would it well assent. And alles certain were they to blame, it is full fair to been yclept madame, and goon to vigils all before, and have a mantle royalich y bore. A cook they had with him for the nonce, to boil the chickens with the marrow bones, and powder marchant tart and gallingale. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could a roast, and seethe, and broil, and fry, maken motro, and well bake a pie. But great harm was it, as it thought to me, that on his shine a mormal hadde he, for blank manger that matey with the best. A shipman was there, woning far by Wester, for aught I woot he was of Dirtamouth. He stood upon a roncy as ze coutha, in a gown of falding to the knee. A dagger hanging on a lass had he about his neck, under his arm adoon. The hot summer had made his hue all brown, and certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine had he y draw from Bordeaux wood, while that the chapman sleep. Of nice conscience took he no keep. If that he fought, and had of the higher horn, by water he sent him home to every land. But of his craft to reckon well his tides, his streams, and his dangers him besides, his harbour and his moon, his le de menage, there was none such from Hull to Carthage. Hardy he was, and wise to undertake, with many a tempest had his beard been shake. He knew well all the havens as they were, from Gootland to the Cape of Finisterre, and every creek in Britain and in Spain. His barge he clipped was the Madeleine. With us there was a doctor of physic. In all this world ne was there none him like, to speak of physic and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal in hours by his magic natural. Well could he fortunen the ascendant of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of everych malady, were it of hot or cold, or moist or dry, and where engendered, and of what humour. He was a very perfect practisour. The cause he knowe, and of his harm the rote, anon he yap the sicke men his bote. Full ready had he his apothecaries to send him drugs, and his lettuaries, for each of them made other for to win. Her friendship was not newer to begin. Well knew he the old Esculapius, and Descorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Haley and Galen, Serapion, Rhasis and Avicen, Averrois, Damascian, and Constantine, Bernard, and Gateston, and Gilbertin. Of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse he clad was all, lined with taffeta and with sendall, and yet he was but easy of dispense. He kept that he won in pestilence, for gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special. A good wife was there of beside a bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scathe. Of cloth making she had a such an haunt, she passed him of ypres and of gaunt. In all the parish a wife ne was there none that to the offering before her should goon, and if they did, certain so wroth was she that she was out of all the charity. Her kerchiefs full fine were of ground, I durst swear they weighed £10, that on a Sunday were upon her head. Her hosen weren of fine scarlet red, full straighty tied, and shoes full moist and new. Bold was her face, and fair, and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her life. Husbands at church door she had a 5, withouten other company in youth, but thereof needeth not to speak as newt. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem. She had the passed many a stranger stream. At Rome she had a been, and at Boulogne, in Gallice, at St. James, and at Cologne. She could do much of wandering by the way. Get tooth was she, soothly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat, y wimpled well, and on her head an hat, as broad as is a buckler or a taj. A footmantle about her hippes large, and on her feet a pair of spurres sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp, of remedies of love she knew but chance, for she could of that art the older dance. A good man was there of religion, and was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christe's gospel truly would have preach. His parish ends devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And switch he was y praved up to sides. Full loath were him to cursen for his tithes, but rather would he yeben out of doubt, unto his poore parish ends about of his offering, and eke of his substaunce. He could in little thing and suffisance. Wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, but he ne left a nut for rain ne thunder, in sickness nor in mischief to visit the fairest in his parish, much and light, upon his feet, and in his hand a staff. This noble ensample to his sheep he yeft, that first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he the wordes caught, and this figure he added eke thereto, that if gold rust, what shall iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a learned man to rust. And shame it is if a priest take keep a shitten shepherd and a cleane sheep. Well ought a priest ensample for to yive, by his cleanness, how that his sheep should live. He satte not his benefice to hire, and let his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran to London unto St. Paul's, to seeken him a chantery for souls, or with the brethren to been withhold, but dwelt at home, and kept well his fold, so that the wolf ne made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary, and though he holy were and virtuous, he was to sinful man not dispiteous, ne of his speech dangerous ne din, but in his teaching discreet and benign, to drawen folk to heaven by fairness. By good ensample was his business. But it were any person obstinate, whatso he were of high or low estate, him would he snibben sharply for the nonce. A better priest, I trow, that no one known is. He waited after no pomp and reverence, ne maked him a spiced conscience, but Christus law and his apostles 12 he taught, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, that had he led of dung full many a father. A true swinker and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his whole heart at alle times, though him gamed or smarted, and them his neighbour right as himself. He would thresh, and thereto dyke and delve, for Christes sake, for every poor wight, withouten hire, if it lay in his might. His tithes paid he full fair and well, both of his proper swink and his cattle. In a tabard he rode upon a mare. There was also a Reeve and a miller, a Sumner and a Pardner also, a Munciple and myself. There were nae more. The miller was a stout carle for the nonce, full big he was of brawn and eke of bones, that proved well, for over all there he came, at wrestling he would hable with a ram. He was short-shouldered, broad, a thicke knar, there nast no door that he nod heave of hair, or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad, as though it were a spade. Upon the cup right of his nose he had a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs, red as the bristles of a sower's arse. His nose thurls black were and wide, a sword and buckler bar he by his side. His mouth as great was as a great furnace. He was a jangler and a goliardus, and that was most of sin and harlotries. Well could he stealen corn and tolen thrice, and yet he had a thumb of gold, pardie. A white coat and a blue hood weared he. A bagpipe well could he blow and sound, and therewithal he brought us out of town. A gentle munciple was there of a temple, of which Acatours might take example, for to be wise in buying of victual. For whether that he paid or took by tale, algate he waited so in his achat, that he was aye beforn and in good state. Now is not that of God a full fair grace, that switch a learned man's wit shall pace the wisdom of an heap of learned men? Of mestres had he more than thrice 10, that were of law expert and curious, of which there were a dozen in that house, worthy to been stewards of rent and land of any lord that is in England, to make him live by his proper good, in honour debtorless, but he were wooed, or live as scarcely as him list desire, and able for to helpen all a shire in any cast that might fall or happe, and yet this manciple sette alle cappe. The Reeve was a slender choleric man. His beard was shaved as nigh as ever he can. His hair was by his ears round y shone. His top was docked like a priest before. Full longer were his leggers, and full lean, he like a staff, there was no carpy seen. Well could he keep a garner and a bin, there was noon auditor could on him win. Well wiste he, by the drought and by the rain, the yielding of his seed and of his grain, his lauder's sheep, his neat, his dairy, his swine, his horse, his stour, and his poultry, was wholly in this Reeve's governing, and by his covenant yap the reckoning, sin that his lord was 20 year of age, there could no man bring him in arrearage. There nass bailiff ne heard ne other hind, that he ne knew his sleighte and his covine. They were a dread of him as of the death. His warning was full fair upon an heath, with greene trees shadowed was his place. He could do better than his lord purchase. Full rich he was, a stored privily. His lord well could he pleasen subtly, to yave and lean him of his own good, and have a thank, and yet a coat and hood. In youth he learned had a good mister, he was a well good right, a carpenter. This Reeve sat upon a full good stot, that was all pommely grey, and hight a Scot. A long surcoat of purse upon he had, and by his side he bare a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which I tell, beside a tun men clappen balder swell. Tucked he was as is a freer about, and ever he rode the hinderest of our rout. A Somner was there with us in that place, that had a fire red cherub in his face. For sus flame he was with iron narrow, as hot he was and lecherous as a sparrow. With scarlet brows black and piled beard, of his visage children were afeard. There nass quicksilver, litage, ne brimstone, borus, sarus, ne oil of tartarnoon, ne ointment that would dense and bite, that him might helpen of his welker's white, nor of the nubbers sitting on his cheeks. Well loved he garlic, onions, and eke leeks, and for to drinken strong wine red as blood. Then would he speak and cry as he were wood, and when that he well drunken had the wine, then would he speak no word but Latine. A fewer terms had he, 2 or 3, that he had learned out of some degree. No wonder is he had it all the day, and eke ye knowen well how that a jay can clappen what as well as can the Pope. But whoso could in other thing him grope, then had he spent all his philosophy. Ay, Quistio quid juris, would he cry. He was a gentle harlot and a kind, a better fellow should men not find. He would suffer for a quart of wine, a good fellow to have his concubine a 12-month, and excuse him at a full. Full privily a finch eke could he pull, and if he fond or were a good fellow, he would teachen him to have none awe, in such case, of the erked-necker's curse. But if a man's soul were in his purse, for in his purse he should y punished be. Purse is the erkedecon's hell, said he. But well I woot he lied right indeed. Of cursing ought each guilty man him dreed, for curse will slay right as a soiling saveth. And also were him of a signicavit. In danger had he at his own guise the younger girles of the diocese, and knew their counsel and was all their rede. A garland had he set upon his head, as great as it were for an ale stake. A buckler had he made him of a cake. With him there rode a gentle pardoner of Roncesvalles, his friend and his compeer, that straight was comen for the court of Rome. Full loud he sung, "Come hither, love, to me." This Somna bare to him a stiff bardoon, was never trump of half so great a soon. This pardoner had a hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung as doth the strike of flux. By ounces hung his lockes that he had, and therewith he his shoulders overspread. But thin it lay by culpons oon and oon. But hood for jollity ne weared he noon, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he ruled all of the newer jet, disheveled, save his cap he ruled all bare. Switch glaring iron had he as an hair, a barnacle had he sewed on his cap. His wallet lay before him in his lap, for it full of pardon come from Rome all hot. A voice he had as small as hath a goat. No beard had he, ne never should have, as smooth it was as it were lately shave. I trow he were a gelding or a mare, but of his craft fro Berwick into Ware ne was there switch another pardonier. For in his mail he had a pilwy beer, which that he said was a lady veil. He said he had a gobbet of the sail that Saint Peter had, when that he went upon the sea till Jesu Christ him hent. He had a croice of latoun full of stones, and in a glass he had a pigge's bones. But with these relics, when that he fond a poor person dwelling upon land, upon a day he gat him more money than that the parson got in months twae. And thus, with feigned flattery and japes, he made the person and the people his apes. But truly to tellen, at a last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but all the best he sung an offertory. For well he wist, when that song was sung, he must preach, and well afile his tongue, to win a silver, as he full well could. Thereto he sung so merrily and load. Now have I told you shortly, in a clause, the estate, the array, the number, and eke the cause, why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry that hight the Tabard, faster by the Bell. But now is time to you for to tell how that we baren us that ilke night, when we were in that hostelry alight. And after will I tell of our viage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you, of your courtesy, that ye narrate it not my villainy, though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tell you the wordes and the cheer, nay, though I speak the wordes properly, for this ye knowen also well as I, whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he moot rehearse as nigh as ever he can every a word, if it be in his charge, else spake he never so rudelich and large, or else he moot tell his tale untrue, or feign a thing, or find a word as new. He may not spare, although he were his brother, he moot as well say a word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in Holy Writ, and well ye woot, no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the wordes must be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive it me, all have I not set folk in the degree here in this tale as that they should stand. My wit is short, ye may well understand. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Knight's Tale, Part 1. Great cheer made a host us every chan, and to the supper set he us anon, and sabbatheth with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us blessed. A seemly man a host was withal, for to han been a marshal in a hall. A large man he was with iron steep, a fairer burgess is the nun in chief. Bold of his speech, and wise, and well he taught, and of manhood him lacked a right nought. Eke thereto he was right a merry man, and after supper playing he began, and spak of mirth among us other things, when that we had made our reckonings, and said thus: Now, lordings, truly, ye been to me right welcome heartily, for by my troth, if that I shall not lie, I nae so this year so merry a company at once in this harbour as is now. Fain would I doen you mirth, wiste I how, and of a mirth I am right now bethought, to doen you ease, and it shall cost a nought. Ye goon to Canterbury, God you speed, the blissful matter quite to you your meed. And well I woot, as ye goon by the way, ye sharpen you to tellen and to play, for truly comfort nae mirth is noon to ride by the way, dumb as a stone. And therefore will I maken you disport, as I said erst, and doen you some comfort. And if you liketh, Allah, by own assent, now put a standen at my judgment, and for to worken as I shall yow say, to morrow when ye riden by the way. Now, by my father's soul that is dead, but ye be merry, I will yive yow mine heed. Hold up your hand withouten more speech. Our counsel was not longer for to see. Us thought it was not worth to make it wise, and granted him withouten more avise, and bade him say his verdict as him lester. "Lordings," quod he, "now hearken for the best, but take it not, I pray yow, in disdain. This is the point to spaken short and plain, that each of yow, to short with your way, shall tell a tales twa to Canterbury ward, I mean it so, and homeward he shall tell another two, of aventures that whilom han befalle, and which of yow that beareth him best of alle, that is to say, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper at our alle cost, here in this place, sitting by this post, when that we come again for Canterbury. And for to make yow the more merry, I will myself and gladly with you ride, right at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will my judgment with say, shall pay all that we spenden by the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon withouten wordes more, and I will early shipe me therefore." This thing was granted, and our others swore with full glad heart, and prayeden him also that he would vouchsafe for to do so, and that he would have been our governor, and of our tailors judge and reporter, and set a supper at a certain price, and we would ruled been at his device in high and low, and thus by own assent we been accorded to his judgment. And thereupon the wine was set anon, we drank 'em, and to rest went each on, withouten any longer tarrying. Morwe, when that day began to spring, up rose our host, and was our alle cook, and gathered us together all in a flock, and forth we ridden a little more than pass unto the watering of St. Thomas. And there our host began his horse arrest, and said, "Lordings, hearkeneth if ye list. Ye woot your forward, and I it yow record, if even song and morrow song accord. Let's see now who shall tell the firste tale, as ever mote I drink a wine or ale. Whoso be rebel to my judgment shall pay for all that by the way is spent. Now draweth cut, ere that we fare twin, he which that hath the shortest shall begin." "Sir Knight," quod he, "my master and my lord, now draweth cut, for that is mine accord. Cometh near," quod he, "my lady prioress, and ye, Sir Clerk, let be your shamefastness. Nay, studieth not, lay hand to every man." Anon to drawen every wight began, and shortly for to tellen as it was, were it by aventure, or sort, or cas, the sooth is this: the cut fell to the knight, of which full blithe and glad was every wight, and tell he must his tale as was reason, by forward and by composition, as ye han heard. What needeth wordes more? And when this goode man saw it was so, as he that wise was and obedient, to keep his forward by his free assent, he said, "Sin I shall begin the game, what? Welcome be the cat to Godde's name. Now let us ride, and hearkeneth what I say." And with that word we riden forth our way, and he began, with right a merry cheer, his tale anon, and said in this manner: Here endeth the prologue of this book, and here beginneth the first tale, which is the Knight's Tale. The Knight's Tale. Iamque domus patrias sidice post aspera gentis prilia laurigero, etc. Willem has olde stories telling us there was a duke that highte Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time a switch a conqueror, that greater was than none under the sun. Full many a richer country had he won, what with his wisdom and his chivalry. He conquered all the region of Femini, that Willem was ycleped Scythia, and wedded her the Queen Hippolyta, and brought her home with him in his country, with muckle glory and great solemnity, and eke her younger sister Emilia. And thus with victory and with melody leet I this noble Duke to Athens ride, and all his host in armours him beside. And certes, if it ne'er too long to hear, I would han told you fully the manner how wonnen was the reign of Femini by Theseus, and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the nonce betwixt Athenes and Amoxines, and how assaged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy Queen of Scythia, and of the feste that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her home-coming. But all that thing I moot as now forbear. I have, God wot, a larger field to ear, and wake abeam the oxen in my plough. The remnant of the tale is long enow. I will not letten eke none of this route. Let every fellow tell his tale about, and let's see now who shall the supper win. And there I left her, I will again begin. This Duke, of whom I make a mention, when he was come almost unto the town, in all his weal and in his moste pride, he was ware, as he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the highe way a company of ladies, twa and twa, each after other, clad in clothes black. But switch a cry and switch a woe they make, that in this world nis creature living that heard a switch another waymenting. And of this cry they nuld never stunten, till they the reiners of his bridal henten. What folk be ye, that at mine home-coming perturben so my feast with crying? Quod Theseus, have ye so great envy of mine honour, that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboden or offended? And telleth me if it may be amended, and why that ye be clothed thus in black? the eldest lady of Alla spak, when she had a swooned with a deadly cheer, that it was ruth for to seen and hear her, and said Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, naught grieveth us your glory and your honour, but we beseeken mercy and succour. Have mercy on our woe and distress. Some drop of pity through thy gentilesse upon us wretched women let thou fall. For certes, Lord, there nis none of us alle that she not been a duchess or a queen. Now we be caitives, as it is well seen. Thanked be fortune and her false will, that none estate assureth to be weal. And certes, Lord, to abiden by your presence here in the temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this 40 night. Now help us, Lord, sith it is in thy might. I, wretch, which that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife to King Capaneus, that stert for Thebes. Cursed be that day, and alle we that been in this array, and maken all this lamentation. We losten alle our husbands at that town, while that the siege thereabout lay. And yet now the olde Creon well away, that Lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity, he for despite and for his tyranny, to do the dead bodies villainy of all our lordes, which that been slaw, hath all of the bodies on an heap he draw, and will not suffer them by noone sent, neither to been y-buried nor y-brent, but maketh houndes eat them in despite. And with that word, without more respite, they fillen grift, and crieden piteously, Have on us, wretched women, some mercy, and let our sorrow sinken in thine heart. This gentle Duke, down from his courser start, with hearte piteous, when he heard him speak, him thoughte that his hearte woulde break, when he saw him so piteous and so mat, that whilom weren of so great a stat. And in his armes he hem alle uphent, and hem comforteth in full good intente, and swore his oath, as he was true a knight, he woulde doen so faithfully his might upon the tyrant Creon him to wreak, that all the people of Greece should speak how Creon was of Theseus y-severed, as he that had his death full well deserved. And right anon, withouten more abood, his banner he displayeth and forthrode to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No nearer than as would he go ne ride, ne take his ease fully half a day, but onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her younger sister sheene, unto the town of Athens to dwelle, and forth he writ, there nis no more to telle. The redde statue of Mars, with spear and targe, so shineth in his white banner large, that alle the fieldes glitteren up and down, and by his banner borne
is his pennoon of gold full rich, in which there was y bet the Minotaur, which that he slaw in crate. Thus reeked this Duke, thus reeked this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the floor, till that he came to Thebes, and alight fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing, with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought, and slew him manly as a knight, in plain battaile, and put the folk to flight, and by a sort he won the city after, and rent to doom both wall and spar and rafter. And to the ladies he restored again the bones of their husbands that were slain, to doon obsequies as was though the guise. But it were all too long for to devise the great clamour and the waymenting that the ladies made at the burning of the bodies, and the great honour that Theseus, the noble conqueror, doth to the ladies when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy Duke, this Theseus, hath Creon slain, and won of Thebes thus, still in that field he took all night his reste, and did with all the country as him leste, to ransack in the tass of bodies dead, him for to strip of harness and of weed, the pillars did in business and cure, after the battaile and discomfiture. And so befell that in the tass they found, through gout, with many a grievous bloody wound, two younge knightes ligging by and by, both in own armours, wrought to full richely, of which two Arcite hight that one, and that other knight hight Palamon. Not fully quick, ne fully dead they were, but by her coat armours and by her gear the heralds knew him best in special, as they that were of the blood royal of Thebes, and of sistren Tui born. Out of the tass the pillows han him torn, and han him carried softe unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon him sent to Athens, to dwellen in prison perpetually, he nolde no ransom. And when this worthy Duke hath thus y done, he took his host, and home he rode anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he liveth in joy and in honour term of his life. What needeth wordes more? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwellen this Palamon and eke Arcite, for evermore there make no gold him quite. This passeth year by year and day by day, till it fell once in a morrow of May, that Emily, that fairer was to seene than is the lily upon his stalk a greener, and fresher than the May with flowers newer, for with the rose colour stroof her hue. I knew which was the fairer of them two, ere it were day, as was her wont to do. She was arisen, and already dight. For May will have no sluggard, yea a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, Arise, and do thine observance. This maked Emily have remembrance to doen honour to May, and for to rise. y clothed was she fresh for to devise. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress, behind her back a yard long, I guess. And in the garden at the sun uprist she walketh up and down, and as her list she gathereth flowers, party white and red, to make a subtle garland for her head. And as an angel heavenly she sung. The greate tour that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon, there as the knightes waren in prison, of which I told you and tellen shall, was even joinant to the garden wall, there as this Emily hadde her playing. Bright was the sun, and clear that morrowning, and Palamon, this woeful prisoner, as was his wont, by leave of his jailor, was risen and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city saw, and eke the garden full of branches green, thereas this freshe Emily the Sheene was in her walk, and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, goeth in the chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born full oft, he said, alas! And so befell, by aventure or cas, that through a window, thick of many a bar of iron grate, and square as any spar, he cast his eye upon Emilia, and therewithal he blent and cried, "Ah!" as though he stungen were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcite anon upstart, and said, "Cousin mine, what aileth thee, that art so pale and deadly unto see? Why criest thou? Who hath thee doen offence? For Godde's love, tak all in patience. Our prison, for it may none other be, Fortune hath yeven us this adversity. Some wicked aspect or disposition of Saturn, by some constellation, hath yeven us this, although we had it sworn. So stood the heaven when that we were born. We must endure it. This is the short and plain." This Palamon answered and said again, "Cousin, forsooth, of this opinion thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not afore to cry, but I was hurt right now throughout mine eye, into mine heart, that well my bane be. The fairness of that lady that I see yond in the garden roamen to and fro is cause of all my crying and my woe. I note whether she be woman or goddess, but Venus is it, soothly as I guess." And therewithal a knees down he fell, and said, "Venus, if it be thy will, yeo, in this garden thus to transfigure before me, sorrowful wretched creature, out of this prison help that we may scapen, and if so be my destiny be shapen by eterne word to dien in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low y brought by tyranny." And with that word Arcite gan espy, whereas this lady roamed to and fro, and with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, Arcite hurt as much as he, or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, "The freshe beauty slayeth me suddenly, of her that roameth in the yonder place. And but I have her mercy and her grace, that I may seen her at a leaste way, I nam but did. there nis na more to say. This Palamon, when he the wordes hearde, dispiteously he looked and answered: "Whether say'st thou this in earnest or in play?" "Nay," quod Arcite, "in earnest, by my faith. God help me so, me list full evil play." This Palamon gan knit his brows tway. "It ne'er," quod he, "to thee no great honour for to be false, nay, for to be traitor to me, that am thy cousin and thy brother, is sworn full deep, and each of us till other, that never for to dien in the pain, till that the death departe shall us twain, neither of us in love to hindern other, nay, in none other case, my lieve brother, but that thou shouldest truly forthren me in every case, and I shall forthren thee. This was thine oath, and mine also certain. I wot right well thou durst it not withsayn. Thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt, and now thou wouldest falsely been about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall, till that mine hearte sterve. Now, certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved her first, and told thee my woe, as to my counsel and my brother sworn, to forthren me, as I have told before, for which thou art ybounden as a knight, to helpen me if it lay in thy might, or elles utter false, I dare well sayn." This Arcite full proudly spake again: "Thou shalt," quod he, "be rather false than I, but thou art false, I tell thee utterly; for poor amour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou sayn? Thou wistest not yet now whether she be a woman or goddess. Thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love as to a creature, for which I told thee mine aventure, as to my cousin and my brother sworn. I pose that thou lovest her beforn. Wast thou not well the olde clerkes saw, that who shall yive a lover any law? Love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be yave to any earthly man, and therefore positive law and switch decree is broke all day for love in each degree. A man moot needes love maugre his heed. He may not flee in it, though he should be deed. Albe she maid, or widow, or else wife, and eke it is not likely all thy life to standen in her grace ne more shall I, for well thou wost thyself and verily that thou and I be damned to presume perpetually, as gaineth no ransoon. We strive as did the hounders for the boom. They fought all day, and yet their part was noon. There cam a kite while that they were wroth, and bar away the boom betwixt them both. And therefore at the king's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is none other. Love if thee list, for I love, and I shall. And soothly, lieve brother, this is how. Here in this prison mutte we endure, and everych of us tak his aventure. Great was the strife and long betwixt them twae, if that I had a leser for to saye, but to the effect It happed on a day, to tell it yow as shortly as I may, a worthy duke that highte Perotheus, that fellow was unto Duke Theseus, sin thilke day that they were children light, was come to Athens his fellow to visit, and for to playe as he was wont to do, for in this world he loved no man so, and he loved him as tenderly again, so well they loved, as old bookes sayn, that when that one was dead, soothly to tell, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Perotheus loved well Archite, and had him knowe at Thebes year by year, and finally, at request and prayer of Perotheus, without any ransom, Duke Theseus him let out of prison, freely to gon where that him list over all, in switche guise as I yow tellen shall. This was the forward plainly for to indite betwixten Theseus and him Archite, that if so were that Archite were y found ever in his life by day or night or stound in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he shoulde lose his head, there nast none other remedy ne rede, but taketh his leave, and homeward he him sped, let him beware his necke lieth to wed. How great a sorrow suffereth now Archite, the death he feeleth through his hearte smite, he weepeth, waileth, crieth piteously, to slain himself he waiteth privily. He said, "Alas, that day that I was born, now is my prison worse than before. Now is me shape eternally to dwell, not in purgatory, but in hell. Alas, that ever knew I Perotheus, for elles had I dwelled with Theseus, y fettered in his prison evermore, then had I been in bliss and not in woe. Only the sight of her whom that I serve, though that I never her grace may deserve, would han sufficed right enow for me. O deare cousin Palamon," quod he, "thine is the victory of this aventure. Full blissfully in prison mayst thou dure, in prison? Certes nay, but in paradise. Well hath fortune y turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her, and I the absence. For possible is, sin thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able, that by some cas, sin fortune is changeable, thou mayest to thy desire some time attain. But I that am exiled, and barren of all grace, and in so great despair, that there nis earth, water, fire, ne air, ne creature that of her maked is, that may me helpe or doen comfort in this, well ought I sterve in one hope and distress. Farewell, my life, my lust, and my gladness. Alas, why plainen folk so in commune of purveyance of God or of fortune, that gaveth hem full oft in many a guise, well better than they can himself devise? Some man desireth for to han riches, that cause is of murder or great sickness, and some man would out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his many slain. Infinite harm has been in this matter, we witten not what thing we prayen here, wi fairness he that drunk is as a mouse. A drunke man, what well he hath an house, but he noot which the righte way is thither, and to a drunke man the way is slither. And certes in this world so faren we seeken fast after felicity, but we gun wrong full often truely. Thus may we sayn alle, and namely I, that wend and had a great opinion, that if I might escape from prison, then had I been in joy and perfect heale. There now I am exiled fro my weale, sin that I may not see yow Emily, I nam but deed, there is no remedy. Upon that other side, Palamon, when that he wist our Kitty was agone, switch sorrow he maketh that the greate tour resoundeth of his yowling and clamour. The pure petters on his shinners great, whereon of his bitter salted tears wet. Alas, quod he, our Kite, cousin mine, of all our strife, God wot, the fruit is thine. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy lodge, and of my woe thou yavest little charge. Thou mayest, sin thou hast wisdom and manhid, assemblen all of the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this city, that by some aventure or some treaty thou mayst have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needes lose my life. For as by way of possibility, sith thou art at thy lodge of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine avantage, more than is mine that starve here in a cage. For I must weep and wail while I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and eke with pain that love me giveth also, that doubleth all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hent him by the heart so woodly that he like was to behold the box tree or the ashen dead and cold. Thus said he, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and writen in the table of adamant your parliament and your eternal grant. What is mankind more unto you hold than is the sheep that rooketh in the fold? For slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oftentimes guiltless pardie. What governance is in this prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence? And yet increaseth this all my penance, that man is bounden to his observance, for Godde's sake, to letten of his will, there as a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain, but man after his death must weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe, withouten doubte it may standen so. The answer of this I letter to diviners, but well I wot that in this world great pain is. Alas, I see a serpent or a thief, that many a true man hath done mischief, gone at his large, and were him list may turn, but I must been in prison through Saturn, and eke through Juno, jealous and eke wood, that hath destroyed well nigh all the blood of Thebes with his west wallers wide. And Venus slayeth me on that other side for jealousy and fear of him, her kite, Now will I stint of Palamon alight, and let him in his prison still a dwell, and of Arcite forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the night is long, increasen double wise the pain is strong, both of the lover and the prisoner. I noot which hath the wofuller mester, for shortly for to sayne, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in chains and in fetters to be indeed, and Arcite is exiled upon his heed, for evermore as out of that country, nay, nevermore he shall his lady see. Yow, lovers, asks I now this question, who hath the worse, Arcite or Palamon, that one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he mutte dwell alway, that other where him list may ride or go, but seen his lady shall he nevermore. Now deem it as yow list, ye that can, for I will tell her forth as I began. Explicit prima pars. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Knight's Tale, Part 2. Sequitur pars secunda. When that Arcite to Thebes comen was, full oft a day he swelt, and said, Alas! for seen his lady shall he nevermore. And shortly to concluden all his woe, so much a sorrow hath he never creature that is or shall, while that the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him bereft, that lean he wax, and dry as is a shaft. His eyen hollower, and grisly to behold, his hue fallower, and pale as ashen cold. And solitary he was, and ever alone, and wailing all the night, making his moan. And if he heard a song or instrument, then would he weep, he mighte not be stant. So feeble eke were his spirits, and so low, and changed so, that no man could know his speech nor his voice, though men it heard. And in his jeer for all the world he fared not only like the lover's malady of Herios, but rather like many engendered of humour melancholic beforen in his cell fantastic. And shortly turned was all up so down, both habit and eke disposition of him, this woeful lover, Dan Arcite. What should I all day of his woe endite, when he endured had a year or two this cruel torment and this pain and woe at Thebes, in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleep he yerd, in hond he bare upright, and hat he weared upon his hair as bright. Arrayed was this god as he took keep, as he was when that Argus took his sleep, and said him thus: To Athens shalt thou wend, there is the sharpen of thy woe an end. and with that word Arcite woke and stert. "Now truly how sore that me smert," quod he, "to Athens right now will I fare, nay, for the dread of death shall I not spare to see my lady that I love and serve. In her presence I retche not to stir." And with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all in another kind. And right anoon it ran him in his mind that sith his face was so disfigured of malady the which he had endured, he mighte well, if that he bore him low, live in Athens evermore unknow, and seen his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poore labourer, and all alone, save only a squire that knew his privity and all his case, which was disguised poverly as he was. To Athens is he goon the next away, and to the court he went upon a day, and at the gate he proffereth his service to drug and draw whatso men well devise. And shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fill in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily, for he was wise and could as soon espy of every servant which that serveth here. Well could he hewen wood and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the nonce, and thereto he was strong and big of bones, to do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service page of the chamber of Emily the Bright, and Philostrate he said that he hight. But half so well beloved a man as he, ne was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition that throughout all the court was his renown. They saiden that it were a charity that Theseus would enhancen his degree, and putten him in worshipful service, thereas he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name is sprung, both of his deedes and his goode tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near that of his chamber he made him a squire, and yep him gold to maintain his degree. And eke men brought him out of his country from year to year full privily his rent, but honestly and slyly he it spent, that no man wondered how that he it had. And 3 year in this wise his life he led, and bar him so in peace and eke in war, there n'as no man that Theseus hath dearer. And in this bliss let I now acquite, and speak I will of Palamon a light. In darkness and horrible and strong prison this 7 year hath sitten Palamon, for pined, what for woe and for distress, who feeleth double sore and heaviness. But Palamon, that love distraineth so, that wooed out of his wit he goeth for woe, and eke thereto he is a prisoner perpetually, not only for a year. Who could rhyme in English properly his martyrdom? Forsooth it am not I, therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year in May, the 3rd night, as Audiobooks sayn, that all this story tellen more plain, were it by aventure or destiny, as when a thing is shapen it shall be, that soon after the midnight Palamon, by helping of a friend, brake his prisoun, and fleeth the city faster as he may go, for he had Reeve his jailor drinke so of a clary made of a certain wine, with narcotics and opium of Thebes fine, that all that night, though that men wold him shake, the jailor sleep he mighte not awake. And thus he fleeth as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and faster by the day, that needes cast he must himselven hide, and till a grove faster there beside, with dreadful foot then stalketh Palamoun. For shortly this was his opinion, that in that grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes wood, his friendes for to pray on Theseus to help him to warray, and shortly either he would lose his life, or win an Emily unto his wife. This is the effect, and his intente plain. This is the effect, and his intente plain. Now will I turn unto our kite again, that little wist how nigh that was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, messenger of day, salueth in her song the morrowy grey, and fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth of the light, and with his streamers drieth in the greaves the silver drops hanging on the leaves. And Archite, that is in the court royal, with Theseus his squire principal, is risen, and looketh on the merry day, and for to doon his observance to May, remembering on the point of his desire, he on a courser, starting as the fire, is ridden into the field as him to play, out of the court, were it a mile or tway, and to the grove, of which that I ya told her, by aventure his way he gan to hold her, to maken him a garland of the greaves, were it of woodbine or hawthorn leaves. And loud he sang again the sunne's sheen: "May, with alle thy flowers and thy green, welcome be thou, thou fair of freshe May. I hope that I some greene get to May." And from his courser, with a lusty heart, into the grove full hastily he start, and in a path he roameth up and down, thereas by aventure this Palamoun was in a bush, that no man might him see, for sore afeared of his death was he. Nothing ne knew he that it was Archite, God wot he would have trowed it full light. But sooth 'tis said, gone sithen many years, that field hath eyen, and the wood hath ears. It is full fair a man to bear him even, for alday meeteth men at unset steven. Full little woot Archite of his fellow, that was so nigh to hearken all his sorrow, for in the bush he sitteth now full still. When that Archite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel lustily, into a study he fell suddenly, as doon these lovers in their quainte gears, now in the crop, now down in the breeres, now up, now doon, as bucket in a well. Right as the Friday, soothly for to tell, now it shineth, now it raineth fast, right so can cheery Venus overcast the hotters of her folk, right as her day is cheerful, right so changeth she array. Seld is the Friday all the week.
alike. When that Archite had sung, he gan to sight, and set him down withouten any more. "Alas," quod he, "that day that I was bore, how longe, Juno, through thy cruelty, wilt thou wearen Thebes the city? Alas, he brought is to confusion the blood royal of Cadme and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the firste man that Thebes built, or first the town began, and of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I, and his offspring, by very line as of the stock royal. And now I am so caitiff and so thrall, that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire parally. And yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beknow mine owne name. But thereas I was wont to hight Archite, now hight I Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas, thou fellow Mars, alas, Juno, thus hath your ire our kindred all fordo. Save only me, and wretched Palamon, that Theseus muttereth in presume, and over all this to slain me utterly. Love hath his fiery dart so brenningly y-sticked through my true careful heart, that Shipman was my death erst than my shout. Ye slain me with your iron Emily, ye been the cause wherefore that I die of all the remnant of mine other care. Nay, set I not the mountains of a tear, so that I could done aught to your pleasaunce." And with that word he fell down in a trance a longer time, and after he upstart. This Palamon that thought that through his heart he felt a cold sword suddenly glide. For ire he quoth, ne longer would he bide, and when that he had heard Archite's tale, as he were wooed, with face dead and pale, he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said: "Archite, false, traitorous, wicked, now art thou hent that lovest my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebefore, and hast by japed here Duke Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily, but I will love her only, and no more. For I am Palamon, thy mortal foe. And though that I no weapon have in this place, but out of prison am estirred by grace, I dread naught that outher thou shalt die, or thou ne shalt not loven Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not estirred." This Archite, with full dispiteous hearte, when he him knew and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion, pulled out a sword, and said thus: "By God that sit above, ne'er it that thou art sick and wood for love, and eke that thou no weapon hast in this place, thou shouldest never out of this grove pace, that thou ne shouldest dien of mine hand. For I defy the surety and the bond which that thou sayest that I have made to thee. What, very fool! Think well that love is free, and I will love her, maugre all thy might. But forasmuch thou art a worthy knight, and wilnest to darraign her by battaile,
have here my truth. To-morrow I will not fail, without unwhiting of any other wight, that here I will be founden as a knight, and bringen harness right enow for thee, and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring enow for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slay me in this wood there I am in, thou mayest well have thy lady as for me." This Palamon answered, "I grant it thee." And thus they been departed till a morrow, when each of them had laid his faith to borrow. O Cupid, out of alle charity, O rem, that wilt no fellow have with thee, full sooth 'tis said, that love ne lordship will not, his thanks have no fellowship. Well finden that Archite and Palamon. Archite is ridden anon unto the town, and on the morrow, ere it were day's light, full privily 2 harness hath he dight, both suffisant, and meet to darraign the battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse, alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him before, and in the grove at time and place he set, this Archite and this Palamon been met. Then changing gan the colour in her face, right as the hunter in the reign of Trace, that standeth at the gap with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bear, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves, and breaketh both the boughs and the leaves, and thinketh, "Here cometh my mortal enemy, without a fail he mote be dead or I, for either I mote slain him at the gap, or he mote slain me if that me mishap." So fared they in changing of their hue, as far as ever each of them other knew. There nast no good day, nay, no sallowing, but straight, withouten word or rehearsing, ever each of them help for to arm other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharpe spears strong, they foineth at each other wonderlong. Thou mightest ween that this Palamon in his fighting were a wood lion, and as a cruel tiger was Archite, as wild boars gone they to smite, that frothen white as foam for ire wood. Up to the ankle fought they in the blood, and in this wise I let them fighting dwell, and forth I will of Theseus yow tell. The destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world over all the purveyance that God hath sain before, so strong it is, that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day that falleth not oft within 1,000 year. For certainly our appetite is here, be it of war, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely hath the greater heart in me, that in his bed there dureth him no day, that he is clad and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn and hounders him beside. For in his hunting hath he switch delight, that it is all his joy and appetite, to being himself
the great Hatter's bane, for after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus, with alle joy and bliss, with his Hippolyta, the faire queen, and Emily, clothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally. And to the grove that stood full fast aby, in which there was an hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straightway hath hold, and to the lawn he rideth him full right, for thither was the hart wont have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This Duke will han a course at him or twa, with hounders such as that him list command. And when this Duke was come unto the land, under the sun he looketh and anon, he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that foten Bream, as it were Boras too. The brighter swordes went to and fro so hideously that with the leaste stroke it seemed as it would to fell an oak, but what they were, nothing he ne woot. This Duke his courser with his spur smote, and at a stout he was betwixt them two, and pulled out a sword, and cried, "Ho! nae more a bane of bleezing of your head. By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead, that smiteth any stroke that I may seen. But telleth me what Mr. men ye been, that been so hardy for to fighten here, withouten judge or other officer, as it were in a listes royally?" This Palamon answered hastily, and said, "Sire, what needeth worders mo? We have the death deserved both two. Two woeful wretches been we, two caitives, that been encumbered of our own lives, and as thou art a rightful lord and judge, ne yavest neither mercy ne refuge, but slay me first, for sainter charity, but slay my fellow eke as well as me. Or slay him first, for though thou know it light, this is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that fro thy land is banished on his heed, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed thee full many a year, and thou hast maked him thy chief squire. And this is he that loveth Emily. For sith the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession that I am thilke woeful Palamoon, that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that loveth so hot Emily the bright, that I will die a present in her sight. Therefore I axe a death and my jawise, but slay my fellow in the same wise, for both han we deserved to be slain." This worthy Duke answered anon again, and said, "This is a short conclusion. Your own mouth by your confession hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pine you with the cord. You shall be dead by mighty Mars the Reed." The Queen anon, for very womanhead, gan for to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it, as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should fall, for gentle men they were of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate, and saw their bloody wounds wide and sore, and all a cryden, both alas and more, "Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all." And on their bare knees adoon they fall,
and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last a slaked was his mood. For pity renneth soon in gentle heart, and though he first for ire quoke and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of 'em both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he 'em both excused. As thus: he thoughte well that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison. And eke his hearte had compassioun of women, for they weepen every noon. And in his gentle heart he thought anoon, and soft unto himself he said, Fie upon a lord that will have no mercy, but being a leon both in word and deed, to him that been in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispiteous man, that wall maintain that he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in switch case can no division, but weigheth pride and humbless after oon. And shortly, when his ire is thus agoon, he gan to looken up with iron light, and spak these same words all on height: The God of love, how benedicite! How mighty and how great a lord is he! Against his might there gaineth none obstacles. He may be clepen a god for his miracles, for he can maken at his own guise of everych heart as that him list devise. Lo, here this Archite and this Palamon, that quickly weren out of my prisoun, and might and lived in Thebes royally, and witten I am their mortal enemy, and that their death lieth in my might also, and yet hath love, maugre her iron too, he brought 'em hither both for to die. Now looketh, is not that an high folly? Who may been a fool but if he love? Behold, for Goddess' sake that sit above, see how they bleed, be they not well arrayed? Thus hath the Lord, the God of love, y paid their wages and their fees for her service, and yet they wenen for to been full wise that serven love for aught that may befall. But this is yet the beste game of all, that she for whom they hand this jollity can hem therefore as much a thank as me. She wot nae more of all this hot affair, by God, than wot a cuckow or an hare. But almoot been assayed, hot and cold, a man mut been a fool, or young or old. I wot it by myself a full yore agone, for in my time a servant was I own. And therefore, sin I know of lover's pain, and woot how sore it can a man distrain, as he that hath been caught oft in his lass, I yow forgive all holy this trespass, at request of the Queen that kneeleth here, and eke of Emily, my sister dear. And ye shall both anon unto me swear that never more ye shall my country dare, ne make a war upon me night ne day, but being my friendes in all that ye may. I yow forgive this trespass every day. And they him swore his asking fair and well, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he him granteth grace, and thus he said: To speak
of royal lineage and richess, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubteless to wedden one time is but netherless. I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye had this strife and jealousy. Ye woot yourself she may not wedden two at once, though ye fight nevermore. That oon of you, albeit him loath or lief, he moot go pipen in an ivy leaf. This is to say, she may not now ham both, albeit never so jealous, nor so wroth. And for thy I yow put in this degree, that each of yow shall have his destiny, as him his shaft, and hearkeneth in what wise. Lo, hear your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plat conclusion, withouten any replication, if that yow liketh, take it for the best, that everych of yow shall gon where him lest, freely, withouten ransom or danger, and this day 50 weeks, far nae near, everych of you shall bring 100 knights, armed ballisters up at all rightes, all ready to darraign here by battaile, and this behote I yow withouten fail, upon my truth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you both that hath might, this is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, stain his contrary, or out of listes drive, him shall I yive Emily to wive, to whom that fortune yiveth so fair a grace. The listes shall I maken in this place, and God so wisely on my soul rue, as I shall even judge be and true. Ye shall none other end with me maken, that oon of you ne shall be dead or taken. And if ye thinketh this is well y said, saith your advice, and holdeth your paid, this is your ende and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamoon? Who springeth up for joy but Archite? Who could that tell, or who could that indite, the joy that is maked in the place, when Theseus hath doen so fair a grace? But doon on knees went every man a wight, and thanked him with all their heart and might, and namely the Thebans oft a sight. And thus with good hope and with heart blithe they tak their leave, and homeward gone they ride to Thebes with his olde walles wide. Explicit secunda pars. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Knight's Tale, Part 3. Sequitur pars tertia. I trowe men would deem it negligence if I foryete to tellen the desponse of Theseus, that goeth so busily to maken up the listes royally, that such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say that in this world there n'as. The circuit a mile was about, walled of stone, and ditched all without. Round was the shaft in manner of compass, full of degrees, the height of 60 pass, that when a man was set on all degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward
right switch another in the opposite, and shortly to concluden, switch a place was noon in earth as in so little space. For in the land there knows no crafty man that geometry or ars metric can, nae portrayer, nae carver of images, that Theseus nae yap him meat and wages, the theatre for to maken and devise, and for to doen his rite and sacrifice, he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, done make an altar and an oratory, and westward, in the mind and in memory of Mars, he maked hath right switch another, that cost largely of gold a father, and northward, in the turret on the wall, of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory richer for to see, in worship of Dian of chastity, hath Theseus done wrought in noble wise. But yet had I forgotten to devise the noble carving and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance, and the figures that were in these oratories three. First, in the temple of Venus mayst thou see, wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sleeps and the sighs called, the sacred tears and the lamenting, the fiery strokes of the desiring, that lovers' servants in this life enduring, the oaths that their covenants assuren, pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, bawdry, riches, charms and force, lazings, flattery, dispense, busyness, and jealousy, that word of yellow gold as a garland, and a cuckoo sitting on her hand. Festas, instruments, carols, dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which that I reckon and reckon shall, by order weren painted on the wall, and more than I can make of mentium, for soothly all the mount of Cithaeron, there Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness. Not was forgotten in the porter idleness, ne Narcissus, the fair of yore agone, ne yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the greater strength of Hercules, th' enchantments of Medea and Circes, ne of Turnus with the hardy fierce courage, the richer Croesus, caitiff in savage. Thus may ye seen that wisdom ne reaches, beauty ne slight, strength ne hardiness, ne may with Venus hold a champati, for as her list the world then may she gie. Lo, all these folk so caught were in her lass, till they for woe full ofte said, alas! Sufficeth here ensamples un or two, and though I could reckon 1,000 more. The statue of Venus, glorious for to see, was naked, floating in the larger sea, and for the navel down all covered was with waves green, and bright as any glass. A sityl in her right hand hadde she, And on her head, full seemly for to see, A rose garland fresh and well smelling. Above her head a dove's flickering, Before her stood a son of Cupido, Upon his shoulders winges had he two, And blind he was, as it is ofte seen, A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all The portraiture that was upon the wall Within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? All painted was the wall in length and breadth, Like to the estras of the grisly place That highte the greate temple of Mars in Thrace, In thilke colde frosty region, Thereas Mars hath his sovereign mansion. First on the wall was painted a forest, In which there dwelleth neither man ne beast, With knotty gnarry barren trees old, Of stubbes sharp and hideous to behold, In which there ran a rumble and a swow, As though a storm should bresten every bough. And downward from an hill under a bent There stood the temple of Mars armipotent, Wrought all of burned steel, of which the intent Was long and strait, and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vase, That it made all the gaiters for to rise. The northern light in at the doores shone, For window on the wall ne was there none, Through which men mighten any light discern. The doores were all of adamant ytern, Y clenched over thwart and end along With iron tough, and for to make it strong, Every pillar the temple to sustain Was done agreed of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dark imagining Of felony, and all the compassing The cruel ire reared as any gleed, The pick purse, and eke the pale dread, The smiler with the knife under the cloak, The Shipman burning with the blacker smoke, The treason of the murdering in the bed, The open where with woundes all bebled, Contact with bloody knife and sharp menace, All full of chirking was that sorry place. The sleer of himself yet so riseth, His heart of blood hath bathed all his hair, The nail he driven in the shored a knight, The colde death with mouth gaping upright. Amidders of the temple sat mischance, With discomfort and sorry countenance, Yet saw I wootness laughing in his rage, Armed complaint out his and fierce outrage. The carrion in the bush with throaty carve, 1,000 slain, and net of qualm y starved. The tyrant with the prey by force y reft, The town destroyed, there was nothing left. Yet saw I brent the shippers' hoppers' tears, The hunter strangled with the wilder bears, The sower fretting the child right in the cradle, The cook y scalded for all his long ladle. Naught was forgotten by the infortune of Mart. The carter overridden with his cart, Under the wheel full low he lay down. There were also of Martha's division the barber, and the butcher, and the smith, that forgeth sharpe swordes on his stith. And all above, depainted in a tour, saw I Conquest sitting in great honour, with the sharp sworde over his head, hanging by a subtle twiner's thread. Depainted was the slaughter of Julius, of great Nero, and of Antonius. Albeit that thilke time they were unborn, yet was their death depainted there before by menacing of Mars, right by figure. So was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the stars above, who shall be slain, or else dead for love. Sufficeth un ensample in stories old, I may not reckon them all, though I would. The statue of Mars upon a carter stood, armed, and looked grim as he were wooed, and over his head there shinen two figures of stars, that been clapped in scriptures, that one Puella, that other Rubeus. This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet, with iron red, and of a man he ate. With subtle pencil was depaint this story, in redoubting of Mars and of his glory. Now to the temple of Dian the chaste, as shortly as I can I will me haste, to telle yow all the description. Depainted been the wallers up and down, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I have woeful Callistope, when that Dian agraved was with her, was turned from a woman till a bear, and after was she made the lodestar. Thus was it paint, I can say yow no fairer. Her son is eke a star, as men may see. There saw I Dane eterned to a tree, I mean not the goddess Diana, but Peneus' daughter, which that highted Dane. There saw I Actaeon an heart y maked, for vengeance that he saw Dian all naked. I saw how that his hounders have him caught, and threaten him for that they knew him not. Yet painted was a little furthermore how Atalanta hunted the wild boar, and Meligar, and many another more, for which Dian wrought him care and woe. There saw I many another wonder story, the which me list not drawen to memory. This goddess on an hart full high set, with smaller hounders all about her feet, and underneath her feet she had a moon, waxing it was, and should awane soon. In gauder green her statue clothed was, with bow in hand, and arrows in a cast. Her iron cast she full low adown, there Pluto hath his darker region. A woman travailing was her before, but for her child so longe was unborn. Full piteously Lucina gan she call, and saide, Helpe, for thou mayest best of all. Well could he painten lifely that it wrought, with many a florin he the hewers bought her. Now being these blisters made, and Theseus, that at his greater cost arrayed thus the temples and the theatre every deal, when it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint I will of Theseus alight, and speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of their returning, that ever it should 100 nightes bring the batile to drain, as I yow told, until Athenes her covenant for to hold hath everych of 'em brought 100 nightes, well armed for the war at Alarites. And sickerly there trowed many a man that never sithen that the world began, as for to speak of knighthood of her hond, as far as God hath maked sea or land, nas of so few so noble a company. For every wight that loved chivalry, and woulde his thankers han a passant name, hath prayed that he might been of that game, and well was him that thereto chosen was. For if there felled to morrow such a case, ye knowen well that every lusty knight that loveth paramours and hath his might, were it in England or elleswhere, they woulde have thankers wilmen to be there. To fight her for a Lady Benedicite, it were a lusty sight for to see. And right so fared they with Palamon. With him there went a knight as many one, some well been armed in an habergeon, in a breastplate, and in a light jipoon, and some willen have a pair of platters large, and some willen have a proof shield or a targe, some willen been armed on their leggers wheel, and have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There nis no newer guise that it nes old. Armed were they, as I have you told, everych after his opinion. There mayst thou seen, coming with Palamoon, Ligurge himself, the greate king of Trace. Black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his iron in his head, they glowen betwixt a yellow and red. And like a griffin looked he about, with kempe hairs on his browes stout. His limbers great, his brawnes hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his armes round and long. And as the guise was in his country, full high upon a chair of gold stood he, with fair white bowlers in the trays. Instead of coat or moor over his harness, with nailers yellow and bright as any gold, he had a bearskin coal black for old. His longe hair was kamed behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A ruth of gold arm great of huge white, upon his head set full of stones bright, of fine rubies and of diamonds. About his chair there went an white a lance, 20 and more, as great as any steer, to hunten at the lion or the deer, and followed him with muzzle fast y bound, colours of gold, and turrets filed round. 100 lorders had he in his rout, armed full well with harte stern and stout. With Arcita, in stories as men find, the greate Emetreus, the king of Ind, upon a steed bay, trapped in steel, covered in cloth of gold, diaped wheel, came riding like the god of armours Mars. His coat armour was of cloth of tars, couched with pearls white and round and great. His saddle was of brand gold, newy beat. A mantelet upon his shoulder hanging, brought full of rubies red as fire sparkling. His crispe hair like rings was y run, and that was yellow, and glittered as the sun. His nose was high, his eyen bright citron, his lippes rounder, his colour was sanguine, a fewer frackness in his face he sprained, betwixt yellow and some deal black he mained, and as a leon he his looking cast. Of 25 year his age I cast, his beard was well begun afore to spring, his voice was as a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he weared of lurra green a garland fresh and lusty for to seen. Upon his hand he bar, where he is dedute, an eagle tame as any lily white. 100 loaders had he with him there, all armoured, sought their heads in all their gear, full richly in alle manner thinges, for trusteth well that dukes, earles, kinges were gathered in this noble company for love and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame leon and leopard, and in this wise these loaders all and some, being on the Sunday to the city come, about prime, and in the town alike. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight, when he had brought them into his city, and in them everych in his degree, he feasteth them, and doeth so great labour to easen them, and do them all honour, that yet men weeneth that no manner's wit of noon estate ne could amenden it. The minstrelsy, the service at the feast, the greate yifters to the most and least, the rich array of Theseus' palace, nay, who sat first, nay last upon the dais, what ladies fairest been, or best dancing, or which of 'em can dance and best and sing, nay, who most feelingly speaketh of love, what hawkers sitten on the perch above, what hounders liggen on the floor adown. Of all this mak I now no mention, but all the effect that thinketh me the best. Now cometh the point, and hearkeneth, if ye list. The Sunday night, ere day began to springe, when Palamon the Locke heard a singe, although it near not day by hours two, yet song the Locke, and Palamon also, with holy heart and with an high courage. He rose to wenden on his pilgrimage unto the blissful Cytherea benign, I mean a Venus, honourable and dime. And in her hour he walketh forth apass unto the lists, there her temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer and hearte sore he said, as ye shall hear: "Fairest of fair, O Lady mine Venus, daughter to Jove and spouse of Vulcanus, thou gladder of the mount of Cytheroun, for thilke love thou haddest to adune, have pity of my bitter teares smart, and tak mine humble prayer at thine heart. Alas, I ne have no langage to tell the effectes ne the torments of mine hell. Mine heart may mine harmes not bewray. I am so confused that I cannot say. But mercy, lady bright, that knowest weel my thought, and seest what harmes that I feel, consider all this, and rue upon my sore, as wisely as I shall for evermore. Enforth my might, thy true servant be, and holden wear alway with chastity. that mak I mine avow, so ye me help. I keepe naught of armours for to yelp, ne I no axe not to-morrow to have victory, ne renown in this cas, ne vain glory of price of arms blowen up and down, but I would have fully possession of Emily, and die in thy service. Find thou the manner how, and in what wise. I reckon not, but it may better be to have victory of them, or they of me, so that I have my lady in mine armours. For though so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple will I worship evermore, and on thine altar, where I ride or go, I will doon sacrifice and fires bet. And if ye will not so, my lady sweet, then pray I thee to-morrow with a spear that Arcita me through the hearte bear. Then reck I not when I have lost my life, though that Arcita winneth her to his wife. This is the effect and end of my prayer. Give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When the orison was doon of Palamoon, his sacrifice he did, and that anoon full piteously with alle circumstances. I'll tell I not as now his observances. But at a last the statue of Venus shook, and made a sign, whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the signe showed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his boon, and with glad heart he went to him home full soon. The thirde hour inequal that Palamon began to Venus' temple for to gon, uprose the sun, and uprose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gan hie. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad, full readily with them the fire they had, the incense, the clothes, and the remenant all, that to the sacrifice longen shall, the horners full of meth, as was the guise, there lacked naught to doon her sacrifice. Smoking the temple, full of clothes fair, this Emily with hearte debonair, her body wash with water of a well, but how she did her right I dare not tell, but it be anything in general, and yet it were a game to hear an owl, to him that meaneth well it were no charge, but it is good a man be at his large. Her brighte hair was kempt and tressed all, a coroon of a green oak cereal upon her head was set full fair and meet. Two fires on the altar gan she beat, and did her things as men may behold, in stace of Thebes and these bookers old. When kindled was the fire with piteous cheer, unto Diane she spake, as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the woodis green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen, queen of the reign of Pluto dark and low, goddess of maidens that mine heart hast knowe full many a year, and woust what I desire, as keep me fro thy vengeance and thine ire, that Atayon aborte cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wast thou that I desire to been a maiden all my life, ne never will I be no love ne wife. I am, thou wost, yet of thy company a maid, and love hunting and venery, and for to walken in the woodes wild, and not to been a wife and be with child. Not will I know company of man. Now help me, lady, sith ye may and can. For though three formers that thou hast in thee, and Palamon, that hath switched love to me, and eke Archite, that loveth me so sore, this grace, I pray thee, without to more, sende love and peace betwixt them two, and from me turn away their heartes so, that all their hotte love and their desire, and all their busy torment and their fire be quenched, or turned in another place. And if so be thou wilt not do me grace, or if my destiny be shapen so, that I shall needes have one of them two, send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of cleane chastity, the bitter tears that on my cheekes fall, sin thou art maid, and keeper of us all, my maiden head thou keep and well conserve, and while I live a maid, I well thee serve. The fires brann upon the altar clear, while Emily was thus in her prayer, but suddenly she saw a sight to quainte, for right anon one of the fires quente, and quickered again, and after that anon that other fire was quent and alle gone, and as it quente it made a whistling, as doen these wet branders in their branning, and at the brander's end outran anon, as it were bloody droppes many one, for which so sore aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wiste what it signified, but only for the fear thus hath she cried, and weep, that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gan appear, with bow in hand, right as an hunteress, and said, "Daughter, stint thine heaviness, among the goddess high it is affirmed, and by eternal word right and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of they, that han for thee so muckle care and woe, but unto which of them I may not telle. Farewell, for I ne make no longer dwelle. The fires which that on mine altar brenn shall thee declare, ere that thou go hen, thine aventure of love as in this case." And with that word the arrows in the case of the goddess clatteren fast and ringe, and forth she went and made a vanishing, for which this Emily astonied was, and said, "What amounteth this, alas? I putte me in thy protection, Diane, and in thy disposition." And home she goeth anon the next away. This is the effect. There is na more to say. The next hour of Mars following this, Archite unto the temple walked is of fierce Mars, to doen his sacrifice with alle the rites of his paean wise. With piteous heart and high devotion, right thus to Mars he said his orison: "O stronge God, that in the reignes cold of trace honoured art and lord y hold, and hast in every realme and every land of armours all the bridle in thy hand, and him fortunest as thee list devise, accept of me my piteous sacrifice, if so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy godhead, that I may be one of thine. Then pray I thee to rue upon my pine, for thilke pain and thilke hotte fire, in which thou whilom brandest for desire, when that thou usest the great beauty of fair young fresh Venus free, and haddest her in armours at thy will, although thee once at a time misfill, when Vulcanus had caught thee in his lass, and fond thee ligging by his wife, alas! For thilke sorrow that was in thine heart, have ruth as well upon my painous matter. I am young and uncunning as thou wast, and as I trow with love offended most that ever was any libelous creature, for she that doeth me all this woe endure, ne recketh never where I sink or flake, and well I woot, ere she me mercy hate, I moot with strength to win her in the place, and well I woot, withouten help or grace of thee, nay, may my strength naught avail. Then help me, Lord, to-morrow in my battail, for thilke fire that whilom brent to thee, as well as thilke fire now brenneth me, and do that I to-morrow have victory. Mine be the travail, and thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honouren, of any place and alway most labouren, in thy pleasaunce and in thy crafte strong, and in thy temple I will my banner hong, and all the armours of my company, and evermore unto that day I die, eterne fire I will before thee find, and eke to this avow I will me bind, my beard, mine hair, that longeth long adoun, that never yet ne felt a pensioun of razor nor of shear, I will thee yive, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore, yive me victory, I asketh thee nae more. The prayer stint of Archita the strong, the ringers on the temple door that hung, and eke the doors clattered full fast, of which Archite somewhat him aghast. The fires brenned upon the altar bright, that it gan all the temple for to light, and sweete smell the ground anon upyaft, and Archite anon his hand uphaft, and more incense into the fire he cast, with other writers more, and at a last the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring full low and dim, that said thus: Victory, for which he yeft to Mars honour and glory. And thus with joy and hope for well to fare, Archite anon unto his inn is fare, as fain as fowl is of the bright sun. And right anon switch strife there is begun, for thilke granting in the heaven above, betwixt Venus, the goddess of love, and Mars, the sterne god omnipotent, that Jupiter was busy to stent, till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of adventures older, fond in his old experience and art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. As sooth is said, elder hath great advantage. In elder is both wisdom and usage. Men may the old attren, and naught atrede. Saturn anon to stinten strife and dreade, albeit that it is against his kind, of all this strife he gan a remedy find. My deare daughter Venus, quod Saturn, my course that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than what any man. Mine is the drenching in the sea so wan, mine is the prison in the darker cote, mine is the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur and the churler's rebelling, the grining and the privy empoisoning. I do vengeance and plain correction, while I dwell
in the sign of the Lion. Mine is the ruin of the higher halls, the falling of the towers and of the walls, upon the miner or the carpenter. I slew Samson in shaking the pillar, and mine be the maladies cold, the darker treasons and the casters old. My looking is the powder of pestilence. Now weep no more, I shall do diligence. That Palamon, that is thine own knight, shall have his lady as thou hast him hight. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless betwixt a yow there mote be sometime peace. How be ye not of all complexion, that causeth all day such division? I am then I'll ready at thy will. Weep thou no more, I will thy lust fulfill. Now while I stinten of the goddess above, of Mars, and of Venus, goddess of love, and tell a year as plainly as I can the great effect for which that I began. Explicit tertia pars. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Knight's Tale, Part 4. Sequetur pars cauta. Great was the festa in Athens that day, and eke the lusty season of that May made every wight to be in swich pleasance, that all that Monday lusten they and dance, and spenden it in Venus' high service. But by the cause of that they should arise early for to seem the greater fight, and to their rester wente they at night. And on the morrow, when that day gan spring, of horse and harness, noise and clattering, there was in hostelrie all about, and to the palace rood there many a rout of lauders upon steedes and palfreys. There mayst thou seen devising of Annise, so uncouth and so rich, and wrought so weel, of goldsmithry, of broading, and of steel, the shieldes bright, testers and trapures, gold-hewn helms, hauberks, coat armures, lauders in paraments on their coursers, knightes of retinue, and eke squires, nailing the spears, and helmes buckling, gigging of shieldes, with laners lacing. There, as need is, they weren nothing idle. The foamy steedes on the golden bridles gnawing, and fast the armourers also, with file and hammer pricking to and fro, yeomen on foot, and communers many one, with shorte staves thick as they may gun, pipes, trumps, knackers, clariones, that in the battle blowen bloody sounds. The palace full of peoples up and down, here 3, there 10, holding their question, divining of these Theban knightes too. Some saiden thus, some said it shall be so, some helden with him with the black beard, some with the bald, some with the thicker head. Some said he looked grim, and he would fight. He hath a spath of 20 pound of weight. Thus was the holle full of divining,
long after that the sun again to spring. The great Theseus, that of his sleep awaked, with minstrelsy and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knightes both elate honoured were into the palace fetched. Duke Theseus was at a window set, arrayed right as he were a god in throne. The people presseth thitherward full soon him for to seen, and doen high reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence. An herald on a scaffold made an ho, till all the noise of the people was ydo. And when he saw the people of noise all stille, then showed he the mighty Duke's will. The Lord heart of his higher discretion considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fighten in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise. Wherefore, to sharpen that they shall not die, he will his first purpose modify. No man, therefore, have pain of loss of life, no manner shot, ne poleaxe, ne short knife, into the lister's send or thither bring, no short sword for to stroke with point biting, no man ne draw it, ne bear it by his side. Nay, no man shall unto his fellow ride, but of course with a sharp begrounder spear. Fine if him list on foot himself to wear it, and he that is at mischief shall be take, and not slain, but be brought unto the stake that shall be ordained on either side. But thither he shall by force, and there abide. And if so follow the chieftain be take on either side, or else slay his make, nae longer shall the tourneying last. God speed you, go forth and lay on faster, with long sword and with maces fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lord's will. The voice of people touched of the heaven, so louder cried they with merry steven. God save switch a lord that is so good, he will not know destruction of blood. Up goon the trumps and the melody, and to the listers right the company, by ordinance throughout the city large, hanged with cloth of gold, and not with sarge. Full like a lord this noble Duke can ride. These are two Thebans upon either side, and after rode the Queen and Emily, and after that another company of one and other after their degree, and thus they passen throughout the city, and to the listers come they by time. It nust not of the day, yet fully prime, when sat was Theseus full rich and high, Hippolyta the Queen and Emily, and other ladies in degrees about. Unto the seaters presseth all the rout, and westward through the gates undermart Archite, and eke the 100 of his part, with banner red is entered right anon. And in that selve moment Palamon is under Venus eastward in the place, with banner white and hardy cheer and face. In all the world to seeken up and down, so even withouten variation, then ne'er switch a companiers twire. For their nest noon so wiser that could say that any had of other avantage, of worthiness, nay, of estate, nay, age, so even were they chosen for to guess, and into ringers fair they hem address, when that their names read were ever a tune, that in their number guile were their noon. Then were the gates shut, and cried was loud, "Do know your devoir, younger knights proud." The heralds left their pricking up and down, now ringen trumpers loud and clarion. There is nae more to sayn, but west and east, in goon the spears full sadly in arrest. In goeth the sharper spur into the side. There seen men who can jest and who can ride. There shivering shafters upon shields thick. He feeleth through the heart to spoon the prick. Up springing spear is 20 foot on height. Out goon the swords as the silver bright. The helmets they to hewen and to shred. Out burst the blood with sterner streamers red. With mighty maces the boners they to breast. He through the thickest of the throng gan thrust. There stumbling steed strong, and doon goeth all. He rolleth underfoot as doth the ball. He poineth on his feet with his truncheon, and he him hurtleth with his horse adoon. He through the body is hurt, and sithen he take maugre his head, and brought unto the stake. As forward was, right there he must abide. Another lad is on that other side, and sometime doth them Theseus to rest, them to refresh, and drinken if em lester. Full after a day, and these are Thebans too, together he met, and wrought his fellow woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them twere. There nest no tiger in the vale of Gallipay. When that the whelper is stole when it is light, so cruel on hunt as is our kite, for jealous heart upon this Palamoon. Nay, in Belmare there nist so fell leon, that hunted is, or for his hunger wooed. Nay, of his prey desireth so the blood, as Palamon to slain his foe a kite. The jealous strokers on their helmets bite. Out runneth blood on both their sides red. Some time an end there is of every deed, for ere the sun unto the rest went, the stronger king Demetrius gan hent this Palamoon as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bite. And by the force of 20 is he take on Yolden, and he draw unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamoon, the stronger king Legurge is born adoon, and King Demetrius for all his strength is born out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamoon ere he would take, but all for naught he was brought to the stake. His hardy hearter might him help naught, he must abide when that he was caught by force and eke by composition. Who saweth now but woeful Palamoon, that moot nae more goon again to fight? And when that Theseus had seen this sight, unto the folk that foughten thus eachun, he cried, "Ho! nae more, for it is done! I will be true judge, and no party. A knight of thieves shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath the fair y won. Anon there is a noise of people begun, for joy of this, so loud and high withal, it seemeth that the listers should have fall. What can now fair Venus doen above? What saith she now? What doeth this Queen of Love? But weepeth so for wanting of her will, till that her tears in the listers fill up. She said, I am ashamed, doubtless. Saturnus said, Daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon, and by mine heed thou shalt be eased soon. The trumpers with the louder minstrelsy, the heralds that full louder yell and cry, been in their wheel for joy of down Arcade. But hearkeneth me, and stinteth now a light, which a miracle there befell anon. This fierce Arcade hath of his helmy done, and on a courser for to show his face, he pricketh end along the larger place, looking upward upon this Emily, and she again him cast a friendly eye. For women, as to speaken in commune, they followen all the favour of fortune, and she was all his cheer as in his heart. Out of the ground a fury infernal start, from Pluto's hand, at request of Saturn, for which his horse for fear gan to turn, and leap aside, and foundered as he leaped, and ere that Arcite made taken keep, he piked him on the pommel of his head, that in the flesh he lay as he were dead, his breast to brosten with his saddle bow. As black he lay as any coal or crow, so was the blood y runnen in his face. Anon he was y borne out of the place, with heart to sore, to Theseus' palace. Then was he carven out of his harness, and in a bed he brought full fair and blithe, for he was yet in memory and alive, and alway crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is comen home to Athens his city, with all a bliss and great solemnity, albeit that this aventure was falle, he nolde not discomforten them alle. Men saide eke that Arcite shall not die, he shall be healed of his malady. And of another thing they were as fame, that of them alle was there none y slain. All were they sore y hurt, and namely one, that with a spear was thurled his breastbone. To other of woundes, and to broken armes, some hadden salves, and some hadden charmes, pharmacies of herbs, and eke save they drunken, for they would their limbers have. For which this noble Duke, as he well can, comforteth and honoureth every man, and made a revel all the longer night unto the stranger lordes, as was right. Nay, there was holden no discomforting, but as a justice or attorneying. For soothly there was no discomfiture, for farlingness not but an aventure. Nay, to be lad with force unto the stake unyolden, and with 20 knightes take, or person alone withouten mo, and harried forth by arme, foot, and toe,
and eke his steeder driven forth with staves, with footmen, both a yeoman and eke knaves. It nacereted him no villainy, there may no man clippen it cowardie. For which anon Duke Theseus leet to cry, to stint in alle rancour and envy, the gree as well of one side as of other, and either side ylike as other's brother, and yep him yifters after their degree, and fully held a festa days 3, and conveyed the kinges worthily out of his toun a journey largely, and whom went every man the right way. There was nae more, but farewell, have good day. Of this batile I will no more indite, but speak of Palamoon and of Archite. Swelleth the breast of Archite, and the sore increaseth at his heart more and more. The clotted blood for any leet to corrupt, corrupteth, and is in his book y left, that neither vein of blood, ne ventousing, ne drink of herbes may been his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal, for thilke virtue clipped natural, ne may the venom voiden ne expel. The pipers of his lunges gone to swell, and every lasset in his breast adoun is shent with venom and corruptium. Him gaineth neither for to get his life, vomit upward, ne downward laxative. Al is to brusten thilke regium, nature hath no domination, and certainly their nature will not wirch. Farewell, physic, go, bear the man to church. This I'll and some that Archite must die, for which he sendeth after Emily and Palamon, that was his cousin dear. Then said he thus, as ye shall after hear. Nought may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare on point of all my sorrowous smart to you, my lady, that I love most. But I bequeath the service of my ghost to you above and every creature, send that my life may no longer dure. Alas the woe, alas the pain is strong, that I for you have suffered and so long. Alas the deed, alas mine Emily, alas departing of our company. Alas mine hearte's queen, alas my wife, mine hearte's lady, hinder of my life. What is this world? What asketh man to have? Now with his love, now in his colder grave, alone, without any company. Farewell, my sweet Oppo, mine Emily, and soft attack me in your arms twig, for love of God, and hearkeneth what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancour many a day agone, for love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter so was my soul agag, to speak him of a servant properly, with alle circumstances truly, that is to say him, truthe, honour, and knighthead, wisdom, humbless, estate, and high kindred, freedom, and all that longeth to that art. So Jupiter have of my soul a part, as in this world right now ne know I none so worthy to been loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and will doon all his life. And if that ever he shall be a wife, for yet not
Palamon, the gentleman." And with that word his speech a fail again, for from his speech up to his breast was come the cold of death that had him overcome. And yet moreover in his armours too the vital strength is lost and all ago. Only the intellect withouten more, that dwelled in his hearte sick and sore, gan fail him when the hearte fell to death. Dusked his eyen too, and failed breath. But on his lady yet cast he his eye. His laste word was, "Mercy, Emmeline." His spirit changed house, and wente there, as I cam never, I can not tellen where. Therefore I stente, I nam no diviniste. Of soules find I not in this register, ne meet ne list thilke opinions to telle of them, though that they writen where they dwelle. Our kite is cold, their Mars his soul again. Now will I speak on forth of Emily. Shrekte Emily, and howleth Palamon. And Theseus his sister took anon, swooning, and bare her for the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarryen forth the day, to tellen how she weep, both eve and morwe? For in swich case women have swich sorrowe, when that their husbands been from them ago, that for the more part they sorrowen so, or else fallen in swich malady, that at the laste certainly they die. Infinite been the sorrowes and the teares of olde folk, and folk of tender yeares, in all the town for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both a child and man. So great a weeping was there noon certain, when Ector was y brought, all freshly slain, to Troy. Alas, the pity that was there, cracking of cheekes, rending eke of hair. "Why wouldest thou be dead?" these women cry, "and haddest gold enow and Emmeline?" No man might gladden Theseus, saving his olde father Egeus, that knew this worldes transmutation, as he had seen it, changen up and doom, joy after woe, and woe after gladness, and showed them ensamples and likeness. "Right as there died never man," quod he, "that he ne lived in earth in some degree, right so there lived never man," he said, "in all this world, that sometime he ne died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we been pilgrims passing to and fro. Death is an ender of every worldly sort." And over all this yet said he muckle more to this effect, full wisely to enhort the people, that they should him reckon forth. Duke Theseus, with all his busy cure, cast now where that the sepulture of good Archite may best y maked be, and eke most honourable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion, that there as first Archite and Palamon hadden for love the battle them between, that in that silver grove sweete and greene, there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his hotte fires, he would have make a fire, in which the office funeral
he might to all accomplice, and leet command anon to hack and hew the oakers old, and lay 'em on a rue in culpons well arrayed for to brim. His officers with swifte feet they run, and ride anon at his commandment. And after this Theseus hath he sent after a bier, and it all overspread with cloth of gold, the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Archite. Upon his hunders had he glovers white. Eke on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage on the bier, therewith he weep that pity was to hear. And for the people should have seen him alla, when it was day he brought him to the halla, that roareth of the crying and the swoon. Then came this woeful Theban Palamoon, with fluttery beard and ruggy ashy hairs, in clothes black he dropped all with tears, and passing other of weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company, in as much as the service should be the more noble and rich in his degree. Duke Theseus leet forth 3 steedes bring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Archite. Upon these steedes, that were in great and white, there satten folk, of which one bare his shield, another his spear up in his hondes held, the thread of bar with him his bow to kiss, of brand gold was the cas, and eke the harness, and ridden forth apass with sorrowful cheer toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. The noblest of the Greekes that they were, upon their shoulders carried on the bier, with slacke pass and iron red and wet, throughout the city by the master straighter, that spread was all with black, and wonder high right of the same is all the street awry. Upon the right hand went to old Aegeus, and on that other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine. Eke Palamoon with full great company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise, to do the office of funeral service. High labour and full great appareling was at the service and the pyre making, that with his green top the heaven wrought, and 20 fathom of braid the armour straught. This is to say, the bowers were so broad. Of straw first there was laid full many a load, but how the fire was meeked up on height, and eke the namers how the trees hight, as oak, fir, birch, asp, elder, holm, poplar, willow, elm, plane, ash, box, chestin, hind, laurel, maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipple-tree. How they were enfouled shall not be told for me. Nay, how the goddess ran up and down, disherited of their habitation, in which they woneden in rest and peace, nymphas, fauns, and amadrides. Nay, how the busters and the breeders all fleden for fear when the wood was fouler. Nay,
how the ground aghast was of the light that was not wont to seem the sunne bright. Nay, how the fire was couched first with straw, and then with drye stockes cloven at three, and then with greener wood and spicery, and then with cloth of gold and with perry, and garlanders hanging with full many a flower. The myrrh then sands with all so great odour. Nay, how Archita lay among all this. Nay, what richesse about his body is. Nay, how that Emily, as was the guise, put in the fire of funeral service. Nay, how she swooned when man made the fire. Nay, what she spak. Nay, what was her desire. Nay, what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and brent afast. Nay, how some cast their shield, and some their spear, and of their vestments which are that they wear, and cuppers full of wine, and milk, and blood, into the fire that brent as it were wood. Nay, how the Greekers with an huge rout thrice ridden all the fire about, upon the left hand with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gun a cry. Nay, how that lad was homeward Emily. Nay, how Archite is brent to ashen cold. Nay, how that Lickwake was I holder, how Thulcanite. Nay, how Archite is brent to ashen colder. Nay, how that Litchawake was I holder, how Thulcanite. Nay, how the Greekers playeth the Waker players. Nay, keep I not to say who wrestleth best naked with oil anoint. Nay, who that bar him best in no disjoint. I will not tellen eke how that they goon home till Athens, when the play is doom. But shortly to the point then will I wend, and maken of my longer tale an end. By process and by length of certain years, all stinted is the mourning and the tears of Greeks by un general assent. Then seemed me there was a parliament at Athens upon certain points and casts, among the which points y spoken was, to have with certain countries alliance, and have fully of Thebans obeisance, for which this noble Theseus anon leet senden after gentle Palamon, unwist of him what was the cause and why, but in his blacker clothes sorrowful eye he cam at his commandment in high. Then sent Theseus for Emily, when they were set, and hushed was all the place, and Theseus abiden had a space, ere any word cam forth from his wise breast. His eyen set he there, as was his lest, and with a sad visage he sighed still, and after that right thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love, great was the effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that fair chain of love he bound the fire, the air, the water, and the land, in certain boundes, that they may not flee. That same prince and that mover, quod he, hath stablished in this wretched world the doom
certain days and duration to all that is engendered in this place, over the which a day they may not pace, all mower they yet, though days well abridged. There needeth known authority allege, for it is proved by experience. But that me list declaren my sentence. Then may men by this ardour well discern that thilke mover stable is and eterne. Well may men know, but it be a fool, that every part deriveth from his whole. For nature hath not tak his beginning of no party, ne cantle of a thing, but of a thing that perfect is and stable, descending so till it be corrumptible. And therefore of his wise purveyance he hath so well beset his ordinance, that species of things and progression shallen enduren by successions, and not eterne be withouten lie. This mayst thou understand and seen at eye. Lo, the oak, that hath so long a nourishing from time that it first beginneth spring, and hath so long a life as we may see, yet at the last wasted is the tree. Considereth eke how that the hardest stone under our feet, on which we tread and goon, yet wasteth it, as it lieth by the way. The broader river sometime waxeth dry, the greater toners see we wane and wend. Then may ye see that all this thing hath ende. Of man and woman seen we well also, that needeth in one of these termes two, this is to sayn, in youth or elles age. He mote been dead, the king as shall a page, some in his bed, some in the deeper sea, some in the larger field, as men may see. There helpeth naught, all goeth that ilke way. Then may I sayn that all this thing mote die. What maketh this but Jupiter the king, the which is prince and cause of alle thing, converting all unto his proper will, from which it is derived, sooth to tell. And here against no creature unlive, of no degree availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom, as it thinketh me, to maken virtue of necessity, and tak it well, that we may not eschew, and namely, that to us all is due. And whoso grutcheth aught, he doeth folly, and rebel is to him that all may gie. And certainly a man hath most honour to dien in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker of his goode name, then hath he done his friend, ne him, no shame. And gladder ought his friend been of his death, when with honour upholden is his breath, than when his name appalled is for age, for all forgotten is his vassalage. Then is it best, as for a worthy fame, to dien when that he is best of name. The contrary of all this is wilfulness. Why grutchen we? Why have we heaviness? That good Archite of chivalry a flower departed is, with duty and honour, out of this foule prison of this life. Why grutchen here his cousin and his wife, of his welfare that loved him so well? Can he him thank? Nay, God wot never a deal, that both his soul and eke himself offend, and yet they mower the lusters not amende. What may I conclude of this long serie, but after woe I read us to be merry? and thanken Jupiter of all his grace. And ere that we departen from this place, I read that we make of sorrows two one perfect joy, lasting evermore. And looketh now, where most a sorrower is herein, there will we first amenden and begin. Sister, quod he, this is my full assent, with all the advice here of my parliament, that gentle Palamon your own knight, that serveth you with will, heart, and might, and ever hath doom, sin that ye first him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rower, and taken him for husband and for lord. Lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see now of your womanly pity. He is a kinge's brother, son, pardie, and though he were a poorer bachelor, sin he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must have been considerate, leaveth me, for gentle mercy ought to passen right. Then said he thus to Palamon full right: I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assent to this thing. Come near, and take your lady by the hand. Between them was made anon the bond, that highte matrimony or marriage, by all the council and the baronage. And thus with alle bliss and melody hath Palamon he wedded Emily. And God, that all this wider world hath wrought, send him his love that hath it dearer bought. For now is Palamon in alle weal, living in bliss, in riches, and in heal. And Emily him loveth so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gentilly, that never was there no word hem between her of jealousy or any other teener. Thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save all this fair company. Amen. Here is ended the Knight's tale. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Miller's Prologue and Tale. Here followen the words between the host and the miller. When that the knight had thus his tale y told, in all the rout nas there young ne old, that he ne said it was a noble story, and worthy for to draw unto memory, and namely the gentles every tune. Our host a laugh and swore, so moot I goom, this goeth aright, unbuckled is the mail. Let's see now who shall tell another tale, for truly the game is well begun. Now telleth ye some monk, if that ye can, somewhat to quite with the knight's tale. The miller that for drunken was all pale, so that a nether upon his horse he sat, he nald a varlet neither hood ne hat. Ne abide no man for his courtesy, but in Pilate's voice he gan to cry, and swore by arms and by blood and bones, I ken a noble tale for the nonce, with which I will now quite the knight's tale. Our host saw that he was drunk of ale, and said, Abide, Robin, my lieve brother, some better man shall tell us first another. Abide, and let us work and thrift alike. By
"God a soul," quoth he, "that will not I, for I will speak, or else go my way."
Our host answered, "Tell on, a devil way! Thou art a fool, thy wit is overcome."
"Now hearkeneth,"
quoth the miller,
"I'll and some. But first I make a protestation that I am drunk. I know it by my soul. And therefore, if that I misspeak or say, wit is the ale of Southwark, I pray. For I will tell a legend and a life, both of a carpenter and of his wife, how that a clerk hath set the writer's cap."
The Reeve answered and said, "Stint thy clap, let be thy lurid drunken harlotry. It is a sin, and eke a great folly, to appyron any man, or him defame, and eke to bringen wivers in switch fame. Thou mayest enow of other thinges sayn." This drunken miller spake full soon again, and said,
"Leave a brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold. But I say not therefore that thou art un. There been full good wivers many un, and ever 1,000 good against un bad. That knowest thou well thyself. But if thou mad, why art thou angry with my tailor now? I have a wife, pardie, as well as thou. Yet nold do I for the oxen in my plough, taken upon me more than enow, as demon of myself that I were un. I well believe well that I am noon. An husband shall not be inquisitive of Godde's privity, nor of his wife, so he may find a Godde's poison there. Of the remnant needeth not enquire. What should I more sayn? But this miller, he nold his wordes, for no man forbear, but told his churler's tale in his manier. Methinketh that I shall rehearse it here, and therefore every gentle wight I pray, for Godde's love, deemeth not that I say of evil intent, but that I moot rehearse their tales alle, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my matter. And therefore whoso list it may not y hear. Turn over the leaf, and choose another tale, for he shall find enow, great and small, of storial thing that toucheth gentleness, and eke morality, and holiness. Blameth not me if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this. So was the Reeve, and other many more, and harlotry they told on both a two. Aviseth yow, and putte me out of blame, and eke man shall not make earnest of gain. Here endeth the prologue. Here beginneth the miller his tale. Whilom there was dwelling at Oxenford a rich gnuff that guesters held to board, and of his craft he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar, had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned for to learn astrology, and could ascertain of conclusions to demon by interrogations if that men asked him in certain hours when that men should have drought or else showers, or if men asked him what should befall of everything, I may not reckon 'em all. This clerk was Clifford Hender Nicholas, of Love he could, and of Salas, and the two be was sly and full privy, and like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry, alone, without any company, full piteously he dight with herbs sweet, and he himself as sweet as is the root of licorice or any satawala. His almagest and book as great and smaller, his astrolabe, longing for his art, his ogrim stones layen fair apart, on shelves couched at his beddes head, his breast he covered with a falding reed, and all above there lay a gay psaltery, on which he made a night's melody so sweetly that all the chamber rung, and Angelus ad Virginem he sung, and after that he sung the Kinge's note. Full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweet clock his time has spent, after his friendes finding and his rent. This carpenter had wedded new a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 8 to 10 a year she was of age. Jealous he was, and held her narrower in cage, for she was wild and young, and he was old, and deemed himself being like a cuckold. He knew not Catoun, for his wit was rude, that bad man should wed his similitude. Men should wedden after their estate, for youth and eld is often at debate. But sith that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure as other folk his care. Fair was this younger wife, and therewithal as any weasel, her body gent and small. A saint she weared, borrowed all of silk, a balm cloth eke as white as morn milk, upon her lenders full of many a gore. White was her smock, and brooded all before, and eke behind, on her collar about, of coal black silk, within and eke without. The tuppers of her white volupa were of the same suit of her collar. Her fillet broad of silk, and set full high, and sickly she had a liquorish eye. Full small ypulled were her brows too, and they were bent, and black as any sloe. She was for more blissful on to see than is the newer perionet tree, and softer than the wool is of a wether. And by her girdle hung a purse of leather, tasselled with silk, and pearled with latoon. In all this world to seeken up and down, there is no man so wise that could then so gay a populette or switch away. Full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tour the noble yforged knew. But of her song it was as loud and yearn as any swalway sitting on a burn. Thereto she could a skip and make a game, as any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as braggot or the meat, or hoard of apples laid in hay or heath. Wincing she was as is a jolly colt, long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her lower collar, as broad as is the bust of a buckler. Her shoes were laced on her leggers high. She was a primarole, a piggest nigh, for any lord to liggen in his bed, or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and sire, so befell the case, that on a day this Hender Nicholas, filled with this younger wife to rage and play, while that her husband was at Osenay, as Clerk has been full subtle and full quaint, and privily he caught her by the quaint, and said he was, but if I have my will, for down a love of thee the man I spell, and held her harder by the hauncher bones, and said, Layman, love me all at once, or I will die, and so God me save. And she sprang as a colt doth in the trave, and with a heed she riot fast away, and said, I will not kiss thee, by my fay. Why, let be, quoth she, let be, Nicholas, or I will cry out harrow, and alas, do weigh your handers for your courtesy. This Nicholas gan mercy for to cry, and spak so fair, and proffered her so fast, that she her love him granted at last, and swore her oath by Saint Thomas of Kent, that she will been at his commandment, when that she may her laser well espy. Mine husband is so full of jealousy, that but ye wait well and been privy, I would right well I number deed. Quoth she, ye must have been pulled down as in this case. Nay, thereof care thee naught, quoth Nicholas. A clerk had literally beset his while, but if he could a carpenter beguile. And thus they been accorded, and is sworn to wait a time, as I have told before. When Nicholas had done thus every deal, and thanked her about the lender's wheel, he kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery, and playeth fast, and maketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish churcher, Christe's own workers for to watch it, this good a wife went on an holiday, her forehead shone as bright as any day, so was it washen when she leet her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk, the which that was ycleped Absalon. Curl was his hair, and as the gold it shone, and strouted as a fan, large and broad. Full straight and even lay his jolly shode. His road was red, his iron grey as goose, with Paula's window carven on his shoes. In hoses red he went up fettishly. Y-clad he was full small and properly, all in a kettle of a light watchet. Full fair and thicker been the pointers set, and thereupon he had a gay surplice, as white as is the blossom upon the rees. A merry child he was, so God me save. Well could he latten blood, and clip and shave, and make a chatter of land or acquaintance. In 20 manner could he trip and dance, after the school of oxen fodder though, and with his leggers casting to and fro, and playing sangers on a small ruby ball. Thereto he sung sometime a loud quinable, and as well could he play on his gittern. In all the tune, Nas brewhouse, ne tavern, that he ne visited with his solace, there any gay lad tapesterer was. But sooth to say, he was some deal squamous, of farting, and of speech dangerous. This Absalom, that jolliffe was and gay, goeth with a censer on the holiday, censing the wybers of the parish fast, and many a lovely look on them he cast, and namely on this carpenter's wife. To look on her him thought a merry life, she was so proper and sweet and liquorish. I dare well say, if she had been a mouse and he a cat, he would her henten on. This parish clerk, this jolly Absalom, hath in his heart a switch a love longing, that of no whiff ne took he noon offering. For courtesy, he said, he would a noon. The moon, when it was night, full bright a shoon, and Absalom his gittern hath he take, for paramours he thought for to wake, and forth he got, jolliffe and amorous, till he came to the carpenter's house. A little after cockers had he crow, and dressed him up by a shut window that was upon the carpenter's well. He singeth in his voice gentle and small, "Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray you that ye will rue on me." Full well according to his jitterning. This carpenter awoke, and heard him sing, and spak unto his wife, and said anon, "What, Addison, hist thou not Absalom that chanted thus under our barra's wall?" And she answered her husband therewithal, "Yes, God wot, John, I hear it every day." This passeth forth, what will ye bet than well? For day to day this jolly Absalom so wooeth her that him is woe begone. He worketh all night and all the day, he kempt his lockers broad and made him gay. He wooeth her by meaners and brocage, and swore he would have been her own page. He singeth brocking as a nightingale, he sent her piment, meat, and spiced ale, and wafers piping hot out of the glede. And for she was of tune, he proffered mead. For some folk will been wonnen for riches, and some for strokes, and some for gentilesse. Sometime, to show his likeness and mastery, he playeth Herod on a scaffold high. But what availeth him as in this case? She loveth so this Hender Nicholas, that Absalom may blow the bucker's horn. He ne had for his labour but a scorn, and thus she maketh Absalom her ape, and all his earnest turneth till a jape. Full sooth, is this proved be, it is no lie. Men say and write thus, alway the nigh sly maketh the farer liever to be loath. For though that Absalom be wooed or ruth, because that he far was from her sight, this nigher Nicholas stood in his light. Now fare thee well, thou hinder Nicholas, for Absalom may wail and sing alas. And so befell it on a Saturday. This carpenter was gone to Ozene, and hinder Nicholas and Alison accorded being to this conclusion, that Nicholas shall shapen him a while, this seely jealous husband to beguile. And if so be the gamer went aright, she should have sleepen in his arm all night. For this was his desire, and her also. And right anon, withouten word as mo, this Nicholas no longer would tarry, but doth full soften to his chamber carry both meat and drink for a day or two, and to her husband bade her for to say, if that he axed after Nicholas, she shoulda say she nist where he was. Of all that day she saw him not with ire. She trowed that he was in malady, for no cry her maid could him call. He nould answered for nothing that might follow. This passeth forth all thilke Saturday, that Nicholas still in his chamber lay, and eat and sleep, or did what him list, till Sunday, that the sun goeth to rest. This seely carpenter hath great marvail of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail, and said, I am adread by Saint Thomas, it standeth not aright with Nicholas. God shielde that he died suddenly. This world is now full tickled sickly. I saw today a course born to church, that now on Monday last I saw him witch. Oh, go up, quod he unto his neighbour Noon, cleep at his door, or knock with a stone. Look how it is, and tell me boldly. This knave got him up full sturdily, and at the chamber door, while that he stood, he cried and knocked as that he were wooed. What? How? What do ye, Master Nicolai? How may ye sleepen all the longer day? But all for naught he heard another word, and hole he found full low upon a board, there as the cat was wont in for to creep. And at that hole he looked in full deep, and at the last he had of him a sight. This Nicholas sat gaping ever upright, as he had kicked on the newer moon. Adown he goeth, and told his master soon in what array he saw this ilke man. This carpenter to blessen him began, and said, Help us, Saint Readers wide. A man woot little what him shall betide. This man is faller with his astronomy, in some woodness or in some agony. I thought I well how that it should be. Men should not know of God as privity. Ye, blessed be alway allowed men, that not but only his believer can. So fared another clerk with astronomy. He worked in the field as for to pry upon the stars what there should befall, that he was in a marle pit he fell. He saw not that, but yet by Saint Thomas, me rueth sore of hinder Nicola. He shall be rated up his studying, if that I may, by Jesus, Heaven King. Get me a staff, that I may underspur, while that thou, Robin, heavest up the door. He shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gan him dress.
His neighbour was a strong carle for the nonce, and by the hasp he half it up at once. Into the floor the door fallen on. This Nicholas sat ire still a stone, and ever gaped upward into the air. This carpenter wend he were in despair, and hent him by the shoulders mightily, and shook him hard, and cried spiteously, "What, Nicolai? What, how? What, look adown awack, and think on Christe's passion? I crouch at thee from elbows and from whiters." Therewith the night spell said he anon writers on four harbours of the house about, and on the threshold of the door without: "Jesu Christ and Saint Benedict, bless this house from every wicked wight, for night is very, the white paternoster, where wentest thou, Saint Peter's sister?" And at a last this hand Nicholas gan for to sigh sore, and said, "Alas, shall all the world be lost eftsoon as now?" This carpenter answered, "What say'st thou? What, think on God, as we do, men that swing?" This Nicholas answered, "Fetch me drink, and after will I spec in privity of certain thing that toucheth me and thee. I will tell it none other man certain." This carpenter got down, and cometh again, and brought of mighty ale a larger cot. And when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his door a faster shut, and doomed the carpenter by him he set. He said, "John, mine host a lief and dear, thou shall upon thy truth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt this counsel ray, for it is Christe's counsel that I say, and if thou tell it, man, thou art forlore. For this vengeance thou shalt hand therefore, that if thou rayre me thou shalt be wooed." "Nay, Christ forbade it for his holy blood," quoth thou this seely man. "I nam no love, nay, though I say I nam not lief to give, but say what thou wilt, I shall it never tell, to chide thy wit by him that harrowed hell." "Now, John," quoth Nicholas, "I will not lie. I have y found in mine astrology, as I have looked in the moone bright, that now on Monday next at quarter night shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that half so great was never Noah's flood. This world," he said, "in less than in an hour shall all be drenched, so hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench and lazy live." This carpenter answered, "Alas, my wife, and shall she drench? Alas, mine Addison." For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, "Is there no remedy in this case?" "Why, yes, for good," quod Hender Nicholas, "if thou wilt worken after law and rede. Thou mayest not worken after thine own heed. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true, 'Work hell by counsel, and thou shalt not rue.' And if thou worken wilt by good counsel, I undertake, withouten mast and sail, yet shall I saven her, and thee, and me. Hast thou not heard how sabred was Noah, when that our Lord had warned him before,
that all the world with water should be lone?" "Yes," quoth this carpenter, "full yore ago." "Hast thou not heard," quoth Nicholas, "also the sorrow of Noah with his fellowship, ere that he might get his wife to ship? Him had believer, I dare well undertake, a thilke time than all his weathers blacker, that she had had a ship herself alone. And therefore, wotst thou what is best to do? This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon, go get us fast into this inn a kneading trough, or else a kimmelin, for each of us, but look that they be large, in which we moe swim as in a barge, and hand therein vityle suffisant but for a day. Fie on the remenant! The water shall us slake and goon away about prime upon the next day. But Robin may not wit of this, thy knave, ne eke thy maid Jill I may not save. Ask not why, for though thou ask me, I will not tellen Godde's privity. Sufficeth thee but if thou wittest mad to han as great a grass as Noah had. Thy wife shall I well saven out of doubt. Go now thy way, and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her and thee and me gotten us these kneading tubbers 3, then shalt thou hang 'em in the roof full high, that no man of a purveyance spy. And when thou thus hast done as I have said, and hast our victual fair in hem laid, and eke an axe to smite the cord a two, when that the water cometh that we may go, and broke an hole on high upon the gable, unto the garden ward over the stable, that we may freely passen forth our way, when that the great shore is gone away, then shalt us swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after drake. Then will I clap, ho, Addison, ho, John, be merry, for the flood will pass anon. And thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nicholay, good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lorders all our life of all the world, as Noah and his wife. But of all thing I warn thee full right, be well avised on that ilke night, that we being entered into shippers board, that none of us ne speak not a word, ne clip, ne cry, but being in his prayer, for it is Godde's own heste dear. Thy wife and thou must hang apart atween, for that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall indeed. This ordinance is said, go, God thee speed. Tomorrow at night, when men been all asleep, into our kneading tubbers will we creep, and sitten there, abiding Godde's grace. Go now thy way, I have no longer space to make of this no longer sermoning. Men saying thus sound the wise, and say nothing. Thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our life, and that I thee beseech. This seely carpenter goeth forth his way, full oft he saith, Alas! and while away. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware, and knew it better than he.
what all this quainte guest was for to say her, but natheless she feared as she would die, and said, "Alas, go forth thy way anon, help us to escape, for we been lost each one. I am thy true very wedded wife, go, dearest spouse, and help to save our life." Lo, which a great thing is affection! Men may die of imagination, so deep may impression betake. This seely carpenter beginneth quake. Him thinketh verily that he may see Noah's flood come wallowing as the sea, to drench in Addison his honey dear. He weepeth, waileth, maketh sorry cheer, he sigheth with full many a sorry swarf. He goeth and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub and a kimelin, and privily he sent unto his inn, and hang him in the roof in privity. His own hand he made a ladders three, to climb him by the rungers and the stalks, unto the tubbers hanging in the balks, and him betiled both a trough and tub, with bread and cheese and good ale in a lub, sufficing right enow as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave and eke his wench also upon his need to London for to go, and on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without a candle light, and dressed all thing as it shoulde be, and shortly up they clomen alle three, they sitten still well a furlong way. "Now, Paternoster clomb," said Nicolai. "And clomb," quoth John. "And clomb," said Addison. This carpenter said his devotion, and still he sit, and biddeth his prayer, awaiting on the rain if he it hear. The dead asleep, for weary busyness, fell on this carpenter right as I guess, about a curfew time or little more. For travail of his ghost he groaneth sore, and eft he roteth for his heed mislay. Down of the ladder stalketh Nicolai, and Addison full soft adown she sped. Withouten worders more they gun to bed. There, as the carpenter is wont to lie, there was the revel and the melody, and thus lieth Addison and Nicholas in busyness of mirth and of solace, till that the bell of lauders gan to ring, and friars in the chancel gonne sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absalon, that is for love alway so woebegone, upon the Monday was at Ozenay, with company him to disport and play, and axed upon Cas a cloisterer full privily after John the carpenter. And he drew him apart out of the church, and said, "I knew I saw him here not werch since Saturday. I trow that he be went for timber there our abbot hath him send, for he is wont for timber for to go, and dwellen at the grange a day or two, or else he is at his house certain. Where that he be, I cannot soothly say." This Absalon full jolly was and light, and thought now his time wake all night, for sickly I saw him not stirring about his door sin day began to spring. So mote I thrive, I saw that cockers crow full privily knocken at his window, that stant full low upon his borough's wall. To Addison now will I tellen all my love longing, for yet I shall not miss that at the least away I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have for faith. My mouth hath itched all this longer day, that is a sign of kissing at a list. All night me mette eke
I was at a feast. Therefore I will gon sleep an hour or twa, and all the night down will I wake and play. When that the first cock hath crow anon, up rist this jolly lover Absalom, and him arrayeth gay at point devise. But first he cheweth grain and liquorize, to smellen sweet, ere he had combed his hair. Under his tongue a truer love he bare, for thereby wende he to being gracious. He roameth to the carpenter's house, and still he stand under the shut window, and to his breast it wrote, it was so low, and softer he coppeth with a semisoon. What do ye, honeycomb, sweet Alison, my fair bread, my sweeter cinnamon? Awaketh, leman mine, and speaketh to me. Well, little thinken ye upon my woe, that for your love I sweated ere I go. No wonder is, though that I swelt and sweat, I mourn as doth a lamb after the tet. I whistle, ma'am, I have switch love longing, that like a turtle true is my mourning. I may not eat, nay more than a maid. Go for the window, Jack a fool, she said. As help me God, it will not become by me. I love another, and else I were to blame her. Well bet than thee, by Jesu, Absalom. Go forth thy way, or I will cast a stone, and let me sleep but 20 double way. Alas, quod Absalom, and while away the truer love was ever so evil beset, then kiss me, sin it may be no bet, for Jesus' love and for the love of me. Wilt thou then go thy way therewith, quod she. Yea, certes, theremin, quod this Absalom. Then make thee ready, quod she, I come anon. And unto Nicholas she said still, now hurst, and thou shalt laugh on all thy fill up. This Absalom down set him on his knees, and said, I am a lord at all degrees, for after this I hope there cometh more. Leman, thy grace, and sweeter bread, thine all. The window she undoeth, and that in haste. Abdo, quod she, come up and speed thee fast, lest our neighbours thee espy. This Absalom can wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night as pitch, sure as the cold, and at the window out she put a hole, and Absalom him fill no but nae worse, but with his mouth he kissed her naked erse. Full sabely he was ware of this. Aback he start, and thought it was amiss, for well he wist the woman had no beard. He felt a thing all rough and long he heard, and said, fie, alas, what have I do? Tee hee, quod she, and cleft the window to, and Absalom goeth forth the sorry path. A beard, a beard, quod Ender Nicholas. By goddess Corpus, this goth fair and well. This seely Absalom heard every deal, and on his lip he gan for anger bite, and to himself he said, I shall thee quite. Who rubbeth now, who frotteth now his lips with dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips, but Absalom, that saith full oft, alas, my soul betake I unto Satanas, but me will lieber than all this tongue, quod he, of this despite a reckon for to be. Alas, quod he, alas, I ne had he blend. His hotter love was cold, and all y quent. For that time that he had kissed her erst. Of paramours he set not a curse, for he was healed of his malady. Full oft of paramours he gan defy, and weep as doeth a child that is y bet. A softer pass he went over the street, until a smithman clipped down Gervase, that in his forge's smithered plough harness he sharpeth shar and culters busily. This Absalom knocketh all easily, and said, "Undo, Gervase, and that anon." "What? Who art thou?" "It am I, Absalom." "What Absalom, for Christ's sweete tree? Why rise ye so wrath? I benedicite, what aileth you? Some gay girl, God it woot, hath brought you thus upon the virtute. By Saint Anut, ye wot well what I mean." This Absalom ne wrote not a bean of all his play, no word again he hath. He had more tower on his distaff than Jervis knew, and said, "Friend so dear, that hotter coulter in the chimney here has leaned me, I have therewith to doen, and I will bring it thee again full soon." Gervase answered, "Certes, as were it gold, or in a poker nobles all untold, thou shouldest have as I am true as myth. Eh, Christus foe, what will ye do therewith?" "Thereof," quoth Absalom, "be as may, I shall well tell it thee tomorrow a day." Quoth the coulter by the colder steel, full soft out at the door he gan to steal, and went unto the carpenter's wall. He coppeth first, and knocketh therewithal upon the window, right as he did ere. This Addison answered, "Who is there that knocketh so? I warrant it is thee." "Why, nay," quod he, "God woot, my sweete lief, I am thine Absalom, my darling." "Of gold," quod he, "I have thee brought a ring, my mother yaffed me, so God me save, full fine it is, and thereto well ygraved. This will I yive thee, if thou me kiss." This Nicholas was risen for to piss, and thought he would amenden all the jape. He should kiss his arse ere that he scape. And up the window did he hastily, and out his arse he putteth privily over the buttock to the hauncher bone. And therewith spake this clerk, this Absalom, "Speak, sweete bred, I newt not where thou art." This Nicholas anon let flee a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent, that with the stroke he was almost in blend, and he was ready with his iron hout, and Nicholas amid the arras he smote. Up goeth the skin, and hand the breed about, the whole coulter brand so his tout, and for the smart he went up to die. As he were wooed for woe, he gan to cry, "Help, water, water, help, for Godde's heart." This carpenter out of his slumber start, and heard un crying "Water," as he were wooed, and thought, "Alas, now cometh Noel's flood." He set him up withouten word as mo, and with his axe he smote the corder too, and doon goeth all. He found neither to cellar, ne bread ne ale, till he came to the cellar upon the floor, and there a swoon he lay. Up sterte her Addison and Nicolay, and crieden out and harrow in the street. The neighbours both, small and great, in runnen for to garn on this man, that yet a swoon he lay, both pale and wan, for with the fall he brosten had his arm. But stunned he most unto his own harm, for when he spak, he was anon bore down with Hender Nicholas and Addison. They tolden every man that he was wooed. He was aghast so with Noel's flood, through fantasy that of his vanity he had bought him kneading tubbers 3, and had them hanged in the roof above, and that he prayed them for Godde's love to sitten in the roof par company. The folk gan laughen at his fantasy, into the roof they kicken and they gape, and turned all his harm unto a jape. For whatso that this carpenter answered, it was for naught, no man his reason heard. With oaths great he was so sworn adown, that he was holden wooed in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other, they said the man is wooed, my lieve brother, and every wight gan laughen of this strife. Thus swived was the carpenter's wife, for all his keeping and his jealousy, and Absalom had kissed another eye, and Nicholas is scalded in the tooth. This tale is done, and God save all the root. Here endeth the miller his tale. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Reeves, Prologue and Tale. The Prologue of the Reeve's Tale. When folk had laughen at this nice case of Absalom and Hender Nicholas, divers of folk diversely they said, but for the more part they laughed and played. Nay, at this tale I saw no man him grieve, but it were only Oswald the Reeve, because he was of carpenter's craft. A little ire is in his heart ylaft, he gan to grouch, and blamed it alight. So thick, quod he, full well could I yow quit, with blearing of a prouder miller's ire, if that me list to speak of ribaldry. But ik am old, me list not play for age. Grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white tip writeth mine older years. Mine heart is also mould as mine hairs. But if I fare as doth an open erse, that ilke fruit is ever long the worse, till it be rotten in mullock or in stree. We older men, I dread, so fare we, till we be rotten, can we not be ripe? We hoppen aye while that the world will pipe, for in our will there sticketh ever a nail, to have an hoar head and a greener tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever anon. For when we may not do, then will we speak. Yet in our ashen old is fire Eureka. 4 gleaders han we, which I shall devise, wanting, lying, anger, covetise. These 4 sparkles longen unto elder, our older limbers, more well been unwelder, but will nay shall not fail, and that is sooth. And yet he have alway occult his tooth, as many a year as it is passed hen, sin that my tap of life began to run. For sickly when I was bore anon, death drew the tap of life and let it gun, and ever sith hath so the tap y run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chim, the steely tongue may well ring and chim, of wretchedness that passed is full yore, with older folk save dotage is nae more. When that our host
had heard this sermoning, he 'gan to speak as lordly as a king. He said, "What amounteth all this wit? What shall we speak all day of Holy Writ? The devil made a Reeve for to preach, and of a suitor, a shipman, or a leech. Say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Lo, Deptford, and it is half away prime. Lo, Greenwich, there many a shrew is in. It were all time, thy tailor, to begin."
"Now, sires," quoth this Oswald the Reeve, "I pray your Allah that ye not your grieve, though I answer and some deal set his hold, for lieful is with force of shove. This drunken miller hath he told us here, how that beguiled was a carpenter, per aventure in scorn for Ayamoon, and by your leave I shall him quit anon. Right in his churl's terms will I speak. I pray to God his neck I might break. He can well in mine ire seen a star, but in his own he cannot seen a bulk."
Here beginneth the Reeve's tale.
At Trumpington, not far from Canterbury, the goats are broken over that bridge, upon the which a brook there stand to milk, and this is very sooth that I you tell. A miller was there dwelling many a day, as any peacock he was proud and gay. Piping he couldn't fish and netters beat, and turn a coppers, and well wrestle and shit. And by his belt he bare a long panade, and of a sword full trenchant was the blade. A jolly papa bar he in his pouch, then as no man for peril durst him touch. A Sheffield whittle bar he in his hose, round was his face, and camoose was his nose. As piled as an ape was his skull, he was a market beater at a full. There durst no white hand upon him legge, that he ne swore he should anon a beggar. A thief he was, forsooth, of corn and meal, and that a sly and usant for to steal. His name was Houghton Dearnus Simpkin. A wife he had, he comen of noble kin. The person of the tune her father was. With her he hath full many a pan of brass, for that Simpkin should in his blood ally. She was he fostered in the nunnery, for Simpkin would no whip, as he said, but she were well y-nourished and a maid, to save on his estate of yeomanry. And she was proud, and pert as is a pie. A full fair sight was it on him too. On holidays before her would he go, with his tippet abounden about his head, and she came after in a jeet of red, and Simpkin had a hosen of the same. There durst no wight clepen her but dame. Was noon so hardy that went by the way, that with the durst rage or honest play, but if he would be slain of Simpkin with panade, or with knife, or bodkin, for jealous folk being perilous evermore, algate they would their wivers wend or so, and eke, for she was some deal smutterlich, she was as dean as water in a ditch, and full of hawker and a busy mare. Her thought that a lady should her spare, what for her kinred and her notelry, that she had learned in a nunnery. A daughter had they betwixt them two, of 20 year without any more, saving a child that was of half year age, in cradle it lay, and was a proper page. This wench a thick and well y growen was, with camus nose, and eyen grey as glass, with buttocks broad, and breast as round and high, but right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, in purpose was to maken her his heir, both of his cattle and his messuage, and strange he made it of her marriage. His purpose was but to bestow her high into some worthy blood of ancientry, for holy churches good must been dispended on holy churches blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honour, though that he holy church should devour. Great sorghum hath this miller out of doubt, with wheat and malt of all the land about. And namelich there was a great college, men clappen the Solar Hall at Canterbury. There was their wheat and eke their malt y ground, and on a day it happed in a stound, sick they the municipal on a malady, men wenden wisly that he should die, for which this miller stole both meal and corn, 100 time more than before. For there before he stole but courteously, but now he was a thief outrageously, for which the warden chid and made a fire, but thereof set the miller not a tear. He cracketh boast, and swore it was not so. Then were the younger poorer clerkers too, that dwelten in this hall of which I say. Testiff they were, and lusty for to play, and only for their mirth and revelry. Upon the warden busily they cry to give them leave but a little stund to gon to mill and seam their corny ground. And hardily they durst lay their necke, the miller should not steal them half a pecker of corn by sleight, nay by force them Reeve, and at a last the warden yaf them leave. John hight that one, and Alain hight that other, of one town were they born, that hightest rather. Far in the north, I cannot tell where. This Alain maketh ready all his gear, and on an horse the sack he cast anon. Forth goeth Allan the clerk, and also John, with good sword, and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed had no guide, and at the mill the sack adown he layth. Allan spake first. All hail, Simon de Faith! How fares thy fair daughter and thy wife?
Alain, welcome, quod Simkin, by my life. And John also, now, what do ye here?
Simon, quod John, by God, need hasna peer. Him Boaz serve himself that hasna swain, or else he is a fool, as clerkers sayn. Manciple, I hope he will be deed. Swa workers aye the wangers in his head, and forth thy is I come, and eke Alain, to grind our corn, and carry it hame again. I pray you, speed us even that ye may.
It shall be doen, quod Simkin, by my fay. What will ye doen while that it is in hand?
By God, right by the hopper will I stand, quod John, and see how that the corn gaes in. Yet saw I never, by my father ken, how that the hopper waggers till and fra. Alain answered, John, and wilt thou swear? Then will I be beneath by my crown, and see how that the mealer falleth doon into the trap. That shall be my disport. For, John, in faith, I may be of your sort. I is as ill a miller as are ye. This miller smiled of their nicety, and thought how this nest doon but for a while. They ween that no man may them beguile, but by my thrift yet shall I blee their ire, for all the slight in their philosophy. The more acquainte crickers that they make, the more will I steal when I take. Instead of flour, yet will I gie them bran. The greatest clerks be not the wisest men. As whilom to the wolf, thus spake the mare, of all their art I count not a tare. Out at the door he goeth full privily, when that he saw his timer softly. He looketh up and down till he hath found the clerk's horse, there as it stood y bound behind the mill under a leversel. And to the horse he goeth him fair and well, he strappeth off the bridle right anon, and when the horse was loose, he ginneth goon toward the fen, there wilde mares run, forthwith whee hee, through thick and through thin. This miller goeth again, no word he said, but toot his note, and with the clerkes played, till that their corn was fair and well y ground. And when the meal is sacked and y bound, this John goeth out, and find his horse away, and gan to cry "Hurrah!" and well away. A horse's lawn, alane for Godde's pains. Step on thy feet, come out, man, all at once. Alas, how wooden as his palfrey lawn. This alane all forgot, both meal and corn. All was out of his mind, his husbandry. What! Whilk way is he gien? He gan to cry. The whip came leaping inward with a run. She said, "Alas, your horse goeth to the fen, with wilde mares, as fast as he may go. And thank come on his hand that bond him so, and he that better should ha' knit the rein." "Alas," quod John, "alane for Christes pain, lay doon thy sword, and I will mine elsewhere. I is for white God wot, as is a wrath. By Godde's heart, he shall not scape us both. Why needest thou put the capel in the lade? Ill hail, by God, alane thou is a fun." This seely clerkes hand full fast y run toward the fen, both Allan and eke John. And when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour hath take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, "I trow the clerkes were afeard, yet can a miller make a clerk's beard, for all his art. Now let them goon their way. Lower they goon. Yea, let the children play. They get them not so lightly by my crown." These seely clerkes runnen up and doon with "Keep, keep, stand, stand, oh yes, sir, what the wreck! Thou whistle thou, I shall keep him here." But shortly, till that it was very night, they coulda not, though they do all their might. Their capel catch, he ran away so fast, till in a ditch they caught him at last. Weary and weet, as best is in the rain, comes seely John, and with him comes Alane. "Alas," quod John, "the day that I was born! Now are we drive till heathing and the scorn. Our corn is stole, men will us foolers call, baith o' the warden and our fellows all, and namely the miller, oh while away." Thus plaineth John as he goeth by the way toward the mill, and Bayard in his hand. The miller sitting by the fire he fond, for it was night, and farther might they not, but for the love of God they him besought of herbour and of ease as for their penny. The miller said again, If there be any, switch as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is strait, but ye han learned art. Ye can by argumenters make a place a mile abroad of 20 foot of space. Let's see it now, if this place may suffice, or make it room with speech, as is your guise. Now, Simon, said a John, by Saint Cuthbert, I is the merry, and this is fair answered. I have heard said, men shall take of twa thingers, slick as he finders, or take slick as he bringers, but specially I pray thee, host dear, get us some meat and drink, and make us cheer, and we will pay and truly at a full. With empty hand men may no hawker's tool. Lo, here are silver, ready for to spend. This miller into town his daughter sende, for ale and breed, and roasted them a goose, and bond their horse it should not again loose, and in his own chamber and made a bed, with sheeters and with challons fair he spread, not from his own bed 10 foot or 12. His daughter had a bed all by herself, right in the same chamber by and by. It might have been a bet, and cause a why, there was no rumour herbour in the place. They suppen, and they speak hem to solace, and drink an ever strong ale at a best. About a midnight went they to rest. Well hath this miller varnished his head, full pale he was for drunken, and not read. He yuckseth, and he speaketh through the nose, as he were on the quack or on the pose. To bed he goeth, and with him goeth his wife, as any jay she liked was, and jolly, so was her jolly whistle welly wet. The cradle at the beddes feet is set, to rock him, and to yethe the child to suck. And when that drunken owl was in the crook, to bedde went the daughter right anon. To bedde goeth Alain and also John. Their nest nae more, him needed no dweller. This miller hath so wisely bibbed alle, that as an horse he snorteth in his sleep, nae of his tail behind he took no keep. His wife bore him a burden a full strong, men might her routing hear too for long. The wench routeth eke par company. Alain the clerk that heard this melody, he poke at John and said, Sleepest thou? Heardest thou ever slicker song? And now, lo, welke company is in melancholy, a wilder fire upon their bodies fall. Wha hearkened ever slick a furly thing? Yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This lange night their tiders me no rester, but yet na force all shall be for the bester. For John, said he, als ever moot I thrive, if that I may, yon wenche will I swive. Some easement has law is sharpen us. For John, there is a law that says thus, that if a man in a point be aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stolen, shortly it is nae need, and we han had an ill fit all this day,
and sin I sall have neen amendment. Again my loss I will have easement. By Goddess so, it shall nane other be. This John answered, Elaine, advise thee, the miller is a perilous man, he said, and give that he out of his sleep abraid, he might ha' doen us both the villainy. Elaine answered, I count him not a fly. And up he rist, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and a fast aslept, till he so nigh was, as she might espy, that it had been too late for to cry, and shortly for to sing they were at une. Now play, Elaine, for I will speak of John. This John light stiller a furlong way or two, and to himself he maketh ruth and woe. Alas, quod he, this is a wicked jape. Now may I sayn that I is but an abe, yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm. He has the miller's daughter in his arm. He haunted him, and has his needer sped, and I lie as a draft sack in my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daft, a cockney. I will arise and answer it by my faith. Unhardy is unseely, thus men say. And up he rose, and softly went unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, and bar it soft unto his bedde's feet. Soon after this the wife her rooting leat, and gan awake, and went her out to piss, and came again, and gan her cradle miss, and groped here and there, but she found none. Alas, quod she, I had almost misgoon, I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. By benedicite, then had I foul y sped. And forth she goeth till she the cradle found. She gropeth alway further with her hand, and found the bed, and thought her naught but good, because that the cradle by it stood, and nist her where she was, for it was dark. But fair and well she creep into the clock, and lieth full still, and would and caught asleep. Within a while this John the clock upleap, and on this good wife he layeth on sore, so merry a fit, nay had she not full yore, he pricketh hard and deep as he were mad. This jolly life, and these the two clerks lad, till that the third cock began to sing. Elaine waxed weary in the dorrening, for he had swanken all the longe night, and said, Farewell, Malene, sweet wight, the day is come, I may no longer bide, but evermore, whereso I go or ride, I is thine owen clerk, swa have I seal. Now, dear Lemon, quod she, go farewell, but ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, right at the entry of the door behind, thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find, that was y maked of thine own meal, which that I helped my father for to steal, and good Aleman, God thee save and keep. And with that word almost she gan to weep. Elaine uprest, and thought, ere that it door, I will go creepen in by my fellow, and from the cradle with his hand anon. By God, thought he, all wrong I have miscome. Mine head is totty of my swing tonight, that maketh me that I go not aright. I woot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here let the miller and his wife also. And forth he goeth a 20 devil way unto the bed there as the miller lay. He wend have cropen by his fellow John, and by the miller
and he creep anon, and caught him by the neck, and soft he spak. He said, "Thou John, thou swine's head, awake! For Christes soul, and hear a noble game, for by that Lord that called is Saint James, as I have thrice in this short night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward been aghast."
"Yea, false harlot," quoth the miller. "Hast a false, a traitor, false, a clerk," quoth he. "Thou shalt be dead, by goddess dignity, who dost be so bold to disparage my daughter that is come of switch lineage." And by the throat of Bull he caught Alein, and he hent him dispiteously again, and on the nose he smote him with his fist. Down ran the bloody stream upon his breast, and in the floor, with nose and mouth to brook, they well were as doon two piggers in a poke. And up they goon, and down again anon, till that the miller spurned at a stone, and down he fell backward upon his whip, that wiste nothing of this nice strife. For she was full asleep, a little white, with John the clerk that worked had all night, and with the fall out of her sleep she brayed, "Help, Holy Cross of Bramahome," she said, "in manners to us, Lord. To thee I call, awake, Simond, the fiend is on us fall, mine heart is broken, help, I am but dead, there lieth one upon my wound, and one on my head, help, Simpkin, for the false o'clockers fight." This John start up as fast as ever he might, and grasped by the wallers to and fro to find a staff, and she start up also, and knew the estras better than did this John, and by the wall a staff she found anon, and saw a little shimmering of a light, for at an hole in shone the moon a bright, and by that light she saw them both a two, but sickily she nist who was who. But as she saw a white thing in her eye, and when she gan the white thing espy, she when the clerk had weared a volupere, and with the staff she drew aye near, and wend and hit this Alein at the bull, and smote the miller on the pilot's skull, that down he goes and cried, "Hurrah! I died!" These clerkers beat him weel, and let him lie, and greethen him, and took their horse anon, and eat their meal, and on their way they gone, and at the mill yet they took their cake of half a bushel flour, full well he baked. Thus is the proude miller well y beat, and hath he lost the grinding of the wheat, and paid for the supper every deal of Alein and of John, that beat him well, his wife beswived, and his daughter else. Lo, switch it is a miller to be false, and therefore this proverb is said full sooth, "Him that not well that evil doth, a guiler shall himself beguiled be." And God, that sitteth high in majesty, save all this company of great and small. Thus have I quit the miller in my tale. Here is ended the Reeve's tale. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Cook's Prologue. The Prologue of the Cooker's Tale. The Cook of London, while the Reeve spake, for joy him thought he clawed him on the back. "Ha, ha!" quod he, for Christus Passion, this miller had a sharp conclusion upon his argument of her brigade. Well said Solomon in his language, nay, bring not every man into thine house, for harbouring by night is perilous. Well ought a man advised for to be, whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God, so gave me sorrow and care, if ever sith I hight a hog of ware, heard I a miller better he set a work. He had a jape of malice in the dark. But God forbidde that we stinten here, and therefore, if ye vouchsafe to hear a tale of me that am a poor man, I will ye tell as well as ever I can a little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee. Now tell the honour, Jack. Look that it be good, for many a pastor hast thou Latin blood, and many a Jack of Dover hast thou sold, that hath been twice a hot and twice a cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christ's curse, for of thy parsley yet they further worse, that they han eaten with thy stubble goose, for in thy shop is many a flyer loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name, but yet I pray thee be not wroth for game. A man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou sayest full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay, but sooth play, quad play, as the Fleming saith, and therefore, Harry Bailey, by thy faith, be thou not wroth ere we departen here, though that my tale be of an hostilier. But natheless I will not tell it yet, but ere we part, ywis thou shalt be quit. And therewithal he laughed and made a cheer, and said his tale, as ye shall after hear. Thus endeth the prologue of the Cook's Tale. The Cook's Tale. Here beginneth the Cook's Tale. Apprentice whilom dwelled in our city, and of a craft of victuallers was he. Galliard he was as goldfinch in the shaw, brown as a berry, a proper a short fellow, with lockers black he kempt full piteously. O dancen he could so well and jollily, that he was clapped back in revelure. He was as full of love and paramour as is the hive full of honey sweet. Well was the wench with him a mighty meter. At every bridal would he sing and hop. He loved but the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, out of the shop thither would he leap, till that he had all the sight he seen, and danced well, he would not come again, and gathered him many of his sort to hop and sing and maken switch disport. And there they setten Stephen for to meet, to playen at the dice in Switcher Street. For in the town nas there no prentice that fairer could have cast a pair of dice than Perkin could. That too he was free of his dispense in place of privity. That fond his master well in his chaffair,
for oftentime he fond his box full bare, for sickly apprentice reveller, that haunteth dice, riot, or paramour, his master shall it in his shop abye, I'll have he no part of the minstrel side. For theft and riot they being convertible, I'll can he play on Gittin or Rebeeble. Revel and truth, as in a low degree, they been full wroth all day, as men may see. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he were nigh out of his prenticehood. All were he snibbered both early and late, and sometime lad with revel to Newgate. But at a last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper sought, of a proverb that saith this same word, well bet his rotten apple out of hoard, than that it rotte all the remenant. So fareth it by a riotous savant, it is well less a harm to let him pace, than he shend all the servants in the place. Therefore his master yaf him acquittance, and bade him go with sorrow and with mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leave. Now let him riot all the night or leave. And for there is no thief without a look, that helpeth him to wasten and to sook, of that he bribe can or borrow may, and then he sent his bed and his array unto a compeer of his owner sort, that loved dice and revel and disport, and had a wife that held for countenance a shop, and swived for her sustenance. Of this cook's tale maked Chaucer no more. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Introduction to the Man of Law's Prologue. The worders of the host to the company. Our hoster say well that the brighter sun the arc of his artificial day had run the fourth part and half an hour and more, and though he were not deep expert in law, he wist it was the 85th day of April, that is the messenger to May, and say well that the shadow of every tree was as in length the same quantity, that was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadow he took his wit, that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clomb on height, and for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude. And suddenly he plight his horse about. "Lordings," quod he, "I warn you all this route, the fourth party of this day is gone. Now, for the love of God and of Saint John, loseth no time, as far forth as ye make. Lordings, the time
wasteth night and day, and stealeth from us what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream that turneth never again, descending fro the mountain into flame. Well can Seneca and many a philosopher bewailen time more than gold in copper. For loss of cattle may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth us, quod he. It will not come again withouten dread, no more than will Malkina's maidenhead, when she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not molen thus in idleness. Some man of law, quod he, so have ye bliss. Tell us a tale anon, as forward is. Ye been submitted through your free assent to stonder in this case at my judgment. Acquitteth you, and holdeth your behest. Then have ye done your devoir at a last. Hoster, quod he, depadia ic assenta. To break a forward is not mine intent. Behest is debt, and I will hold fain all my behest. I can no better sayn. For which law has man yieldeth another wife, he should himself usen it by right. Thus will our text, but natheless certain, I can right now no thrifty tale assayn. But Chaucer, though he can but leewardly on meters and on rhyming craftily, hath said him in switch English as he can, of olde time, as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said him, leave a brother, in our book he hath said him in another. For he hath told of lovers up and down, more than Ovid made of mention in his epistles that been full old. What should I tellen him, sin they been told? In youth he made of Cis and Alcyon, and sithum that he spoke of Everton. These noble wives, and these are lovers eke, whoso that will his larger volume seek, Cleped the Sainte's legend of Cupid, there may he seen the larger wonders wider of Lucrece and of Babylon Tisbe. The sword of Dido for the false Annise, the tree of Phyllis for her Demophon, the plaint of Deianire and Hermione, of Hadriane and of Isophilie, the barren isle standing in the sea, the drent Leander for his arrow, the tears of Elaine, and eke the woe of Brusada and of thee, Ladomea, the cruelty of thee, Queen Medea, thy little children hanging by the house for thy ye son, it was of love so false. Oh, if your mistra Penelope Alcester,
your wifehood he commendeth with the best. But certainly no word ne writeth he of thilke wicked ensample of Kanaki, that loveth her own brother sinfully, of which accursed stories I say fie, or else of Tyro Apollonius, how that the cursed king Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhead. That is so horrible a tale for to read, when he her threw upon the pavement, and therefore he of full advisement nolde never write in none of his sermons of switch unkind abominations. Nay, I will noon rehearse if that I may. But of my tale how shall I doon this day? Me will loth be likened, doubtless, to muses that men clipper Pierides. Metamorphosis, what I mean. But natheless I reckon not a bean, though I come after him with horror bake. I speak in prose, and let him rhymers make. And with that word he, with a sober cheer, began his tale, as ye shall after hear. The Prologue of the Manor's Tale of Lore. O hateful harm, condition of pervert! With thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded, to ask an help thee shameth in thine heart. If thou noon ask, with need art so wounded, that very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine heed, thou must for indigence, or steal, or beg, or borrow thy despence. Thou blamest Christ, and sayest full bitterly, he misdeparteth riches temporal. Thy neighbour thou weetest sinfully, and sayest thou hast too light, and he hath all. Pape, say'st thou, sometime he reckon shall, when that his tale shall burnen in the glede, for he not helpeth needful in their need. Hark now, what is the sentence of the wise? Bet is to dien than have indigence. Thy silver neighbour will thee despise. If thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence: all the days of poor men been wicked. Beware therefore ere thou come in that perike. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friendes fleeën fro thee. Alas! O rich merchants, full of weal been ye, O noble, O prudent folk, as in this case. Your baggers be not filled with amber's ass, but with skink, then runneth for your chance. At Christe Masse merry may ye dance. Ye seeken land and sea for your winnings. As wiser folk, ye knowen all the estate of reigners. Ye been fadders of tidings and tales, both of peace and of debate. I were right now of tailors desolate,
Now that a merchant goon is many a year, me taught a tale which that ye shall hear. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Tale of the Man of Law, Part 1. Here beginneth the man of law his tale. In Surrey, whilom dwelt a company of chapmen rich, and thereto sad and true, that widower sent in her spicery cloths of gold and satins rich of hue. Her chapel was so thrifty and so new, that every wight hath dainty to chapper with them, and eke to sellen them their wearer. Now fell it that the maisters of that sort han shapen him to Rome for to wander, were it for chapmanhood or for the sport, none other message would they thither send, but common himself to Rome, this is the end. And in switch place has thought to him advantage, for her intent they take the herbergage. Sojourned ham these merchants in that town a certain time, as fell to the pleasance, and so befell that the excellent renown of the Emperor's daughter, Dame Constance, reported was, with every circumstance, unto these Surreyan merchants, in switch wise, fro day to day, as I shall yow devise her. This was the commune voice of every man. Emperor of Rome, God him see, a daughter hath that sin the world began, to reckon as well her goodness as beauty, as never switch another as is she. I pray to God in honour her sustain, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high beauty, without a pride, youth, without a green head or folly. To all her workers virtue is her guide. Humblest hath slain in her all tyranny. She is mirror of all courtesy. Her heart is very chamber of holiness. Her hand minister of freedom for all mess. And all this voice was sooth, as God is true. But now to purpose let us turn again. These merchants han doen fraught the shippers new, and when they han this blissful maiden seen, home to Surrey been they went full fain, and doen her needers as they han done yore, and living in Wales, I can say ye no more. Now fell it that these merchants stood in grace of him that was the Sudden of Surrey, for when they came from any stranger place, he would, of his benign courtesy, make them good cheer, and busily espy tidings of sundry reigners, for to lear the wonders that they might have seen or hear. Among us other things specially, this merchants han him told of Dame Constance, so great noblesse in earnest seriously, that this Sudan hath caught so great presence to han her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust and all his busy cure was for to love her while his life may dure. Far aventure in Thilcalaja book, which that men clip the heaven, he written was with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should han his death, alas! For in the stars, clearer than is glass, is written, God wot, whoso could it read, the death of every man withouten dread. In stars, many a winter there before, was written the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes, and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates the death. But men's wits been so dull, that no wight can well read it at a full. This Sodan for his privy council sent, and shortly of this matter for to pace, he hath to him declared his intent, and said him certain, but he might have grace to han Constance within a little space, he nas but did, and charged him in high to sharpen for his life some remedy. Divers men, divers things saiden, they argumenten casten up and down, many a subtle reason forth they laden, they speaken of magic and abusion, but finally, as in conclusion, they cannot seen in that none avantage, ne in none other way, save marriage. Them saw they therein switch difficulty, by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was switch diversity between their both the lores that they sayn, they trowed that no Christian prince would fain wedden his child under a lores sweet, that us were taught by Mahoun prophet. And he answered, rather than I lays Constance, I will be christened doubtless. I mut been hers, I may none other chase. I pray you hold your arguments in peace, saveth my life, and beeth not reckless to get an heart that hath my life in cure, for in this woe I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation? I say by treatise and ambassadry, and by the Pope's mediation, and all the church, and all the chivalry, that in destruction of momentary, and in increase of Christ's law dear, they been accorded, so as ye shall hear. How that the Sodan and his baronage, and all his leaguers should christened be, and he shall han Constance in marriage, and certain gold, I knew what quantity, and here to founden sufficient surety, this same accord was sworn on either side. Now, fair Constance, Almighty God thee guide. Now wilder some men waiten, as I guess, that I should tellen all the purveyance that the Emperor of his great noblesse hath shapen for his daughter Dame Constance. Well may men know that so great ordinance may no man tellen in a little clause,
as was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops been shapen with her for to wonder, lordes, ladies, knightes of renown, and other folk enow. This is the ende, and notified is throughout the town, that every wight with great devotion should pray in Christ that he this marriage receive in gree and spare this viage. The day is comen of her departing, I say the woeful day fatal is come, that there may be no longer tarrying, but forthward they hem dressen all and some. Constance, that was with sorrow all overcome, full pale arrest, and dresseth her to wonder, for well she seeth there is none other ender. Alas, what wonder is it, though she wept, that shall be sent to stranger nation, fro friendes that so tenderly her kept, and to be bounden under subjection of one she knoweth not his condition. Husbands been alla good, and han been yare, that knowen wives, I dare say ye no more. Father, she said, thy wretched child Constance, thy younger daughter, fostered up so soft, and keep my mother, my sovereign pleasance, over all things, out taken Christ unloved. Constance, your child, her recommendeth after unto your grace, for I shall to sorry her, ne shall I never seen you more with ire. Alas, unto the barbar nation I must anon sin that it is your will, but Christ, that staff for our redemption, so gave me grace his hestes to fulfill. I, wretched woman, no force though I spill, women are born to thraldom and penance, and to be under manners governance. I trow, at Troy, when Pyrrhus brake the wall of Ilion brand, at Thebes the city, not Rome, for the harm through Hannibal that Romans hath vanquished times three, Nas heard such tender weeping for pity, as in the chamber was for her departing. But forth she mote, whereso she weep or sing. Oh, first a moving, cruel firmament, with thy diurnal sway that crowdest aye, and hurlest all from east till occident, that naturally willed hold another way. Thy crowding set the heaven in switch array at the beginning of this fierce viage, that cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Infortunate ascendant tortuous, of which the Lord is helpless fall, alas, out of his angle into the darkest house. O Mars, O Atizir, as in this case, O feeble moon, unhappy been thy pass. Thou knittest thee there thou art not received, there thou were weal, fro thence art thou weaved. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas! Was there no philosopher in all thy town? Is no time bet than other in switch case? Howbeit is there none election, namely to folk of high condition, not one a rout is of a birthday now. Alas, we've been too lewd or too slow. To ship is brought this woeful fair maid, solemnly with every circumstance. Now Jesu Christ be with you all, she said. Venice no more, but farewell, fair Costanza. She paineth her to make a good countenance, and forth I let her sail in this manner, and turn I will again to my mateer. The mother of the Southern, well of vices, aspired hath her son as plain intent, how he will let his old sacrifices, and right anon she for her counsel sent, and they been come to know what she meant. And when assembled was this folk in fear, she set her down, and said as ye shall hear. Lordes, quod she, ye know in every tune, how that my son in point is for to let the holy laws of our Alcaram, given by God's message, Macomet. But oon about to greater God I hate, the lip shall rather out of my body start, than Macomet's law out of mine heart. What should us tiden of this newer law, but thraldom to our bodies and finance, and afterward in hell to be drawn? For we renewed Mahoon our creance. But, lordes, will ye make an assurance, as I shall sayn, assenting to my law, and I shall mak us safe for evermore? They swaren and assenten every man to live with her and die, and by her stand, and everych in the best way he can to strengthen her shall all his friendes fond. And she hath this emprise y tak on hand, which ye shall hearen that I shall devise. And to them all she spak right in this wise: We shall first feign us Christendom to take, cold water shall not grieve us but delight. And I shall switch a fest and revel make, that as I trow I shall the Southern quite. For though his wife be christened never so white, she shall have need to wash away the red, though she a font full water with her lid. O Southerness, root of iniquity, virago, thou Semerum the second, O serpent and femininity, like to the serpent deep in hell y bound, O feigned woman, all that may confound virtue and innocence through thy malice is bred in thee as nest of every vice. O Satan, envious in thilke day that thou wert chased from our heritage, well knowest thou to women the older way. Thou madest ever bring us in sauvage, thou wilt fordoon this Christian marriage. Thine instruments, so while away the while, makest thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Southerness, whom I thus blame and worry, let privily her counsel goon their way. What should I in this tale longer tarry? She rideth to the Southern on a day, and said to him that she would renew her lay, and Christendom her priestess handers fung, repenting her she heathen was so long, beseeching him to doon her that honour, that she must hand the Christian men to feast. To pleasen him I will do my labour, the Southern saith, I will doon at your hester, and kneeling, thanketh her of that request. So glad he was, he nist what to say. She kissed her son, and whom she goth away. Explicit prima pars. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Man of Law's Tale, Part 2. Sequitur pars secunda. Arrived ben this Christian folk to London in Surrey with a great solemn route, and hastily this Soudan sent his son first to his mother and all the reign about, and said his wife was coming out of doubt, and prayed her for to ride again the Queen, the honour of his reign to sustain. Great was the press, and rich was the array of Syrians and Romans met y fair. The mother of the Soudan, rich and gay, receiveth her with all so glad a cheer as any mother might her daughter dear. And to the next city there beside, a softer pass solemnly they ride. Not trow I the triumph of Julius, of which that Lucan maketh such a boast, was royaler, ne more curious, than was the assembly of this blissful host. But this scorpion, this wicked ghost, the Soudaness, for all her flattering, cast under this full mortally to sting. The Soudan come himself soon after this, so royally that wonder is to tell, and welcometh her with all joy and bliss. And thus in mirth and joy I let him dwell. The fruit of this matter is that I tell. One time came, men thought it for the best that revel stint, and men goon to their rest. The time came, this olde Soudanesse ordained hath this feast of which I told her, and to the feast christened folk come dress in general, ye both young and old. Here may men feast and royalty behold, and dainties more than I can yow devise, but all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe, that ever art successor to worldly bliss, sprained with bitterness! The end of the joy of our worldly labour, woe occupieth the fine of our gladness. Hark! This counsel for thy sickness, upon thy gladder day have in thy mind the unware woe or harm that cometh behind. For shortly for to tellen at a word, the Soudan and the Christian every tune been all to hew and sticked at the board, but it were only Dame Constance alone, this olde Soudanesse cursed crone, hath with her friendes doen this cursed deed, for she herself would all the country lead. Nay, there was Syrian noon that was converted, that of the counsel of the Soudan woot, that he nas all to hew ere he estarted. And Constance, and they take a noon, foot, hoot,
and in a ship steerless, God wot, they han her set, and bid her learn sail out of Surrey again, ward to Italy. A certain treasure that she did a ladder, and sooth to say, victual great plenty they han her given, and clothes eke she had her, and forth she saileth in the salt sea. O my Constance, full of benignity, O Emperor's younger daughter dear, he that is Lord of Fortune be thy star. She blesseth her, and with full piteous voice unto the cross of Christ thus said she: O clear, O wilful Aughter, holy cross, reed of the Lamme's blood full of pity, that washed the world fro the old iniquity, me fro the fiend and fro his claws keep, that day that I shall drenchen in the deep. Victorious tree, protection of truth, that only worthy were for to bear the King of Heaven with these wounds new, the white lamb that hurt was with the spear, flamer of fiends out of him and here, on which thy limbs faithfully extenden, me keep, and give me might my life to menden. Years and days fleet this creature throughout the sea of Greece unto the Strait of Maroc, as it was her aventure. On many a sorry meal now may she bake, after her death full often may she wait, ere that the wilder waywers wool her drive unto the place there she shall arrive. Men mighten asken why she was not slain, eke at the feast, who might her body save? And I answer to that demand again: who saved Daniel in the horrible cave? There every wight save he, master and knave, was with the lion, fought he stert. No wight but God that he bar in his heart. God list to show his wonderful miracle in her, for we should see his mighty workers. Christ, which that is to every harm triacle, by certain meaners oft, as knowen clerkes, doth thing for certain end that full dark is to manner's wit, that for our ignorance ne can not know his prudent purveyance. Now, sith she was not at the feast Islog, who kept up all the drenching in the sea? Who kept her Jonas in the fishes' maw, till he was spouted up at Nineveh? Well may men know it was no wight but he, that kept a people Hebraic fro her drenching, with drier feet throughout the sea passing. Who bade the forest spirits of tempest, that power han to annoy land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east, annoyeth neither sea, ne land, ne tree. Soothly, the commander of that was he, that for the tempest aye this woman kept her, as well when that she woke as when she slept her. When might this woman meat and drink have? 3 year and more. How laughed us her vitile? Who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave or in desert? No wight but Christ sans fail. 5,000 folk it was as great marvile, with lovers 5 and fishes 2 to feed. God sent his poison at their greater need. She driveth forth into her ocean, throughout her wildest sea, till at a last, under an hold that nymph eine cam, far in Northumberland the woe her cast, and in the sond her ship sticked so fast that Venice would it not of all a tide. The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle down is fair, to seem this wreck, and all the ship he sought, and fond this weary woman full of care. He fond also the treasure that she brought. In her language mercy she besought, the life out of her body for to twin, her to deliver of woe that she was in. A minute Latin corrupt was her speech, but algates thereby was she understood. The constable, when him list no longer seek, this woeful woman brought he to the land. She kneeleth down, and thanked the goddess Sund. But what she was, she would to no man say, for foul me fair, though that she should die. She said she was so mazed in the sea that she forgot her mind by her truth. The constable hath of her so great pity, and eke his wife, that they wapened for Ruth. She was so diligent withouten sloth, to serve and pleasen everych in that place, that all her loven that looken on her face. This constable and Dame Hermegild his wife were payans, and that country everywhere, but Hermegild loved her right as her life, and Constance hath so long sojourned there in orisons with many a bitter tear, till Jesu hath converted through his grace Dame Hermegild, constabless of that place. In all that land no Christian durst to root, all Christian folk been fled fro that country, through payans that conquered all about. The plagues of the north by land and sea, to Wales fled the Christianity of older Britons dwelling in this isle. There was her refuge for the meanwhile. But yet near Christen Britain so exiled, that there ne'er some that in their privity honoured Christ and heathen folk beguiled, and nigh the castle switch there dwellen 3, that one of them was blind and might not see, but it were with ilka iron of his mind, with which are men seen after that they been blind. Bright was the sun as in that summer's day, for which the constable and his wife also, and Constance Hanny tacked the right away toward the sea, a furlong way or two, to play 'em and to roam 'em to and fro. And in their walk
this blinder man they met, crooked and old, with een fast y shet. In name of Christ, cried this blind Briton, Dame Hermangild, give me my sight again. This lady wax afraid of the sun, lest that her husband, shortly for to same, would her for Jesu Christus love and slain. Till Constance made her bold, and bade her work the will of Christ, as daughter of his church. The constable wax abashed of that sight, and said, What amounteth all this fair? Constance answered, Sire, it is Christ's might that helpeth folk out of the fiend's snare. And so forth she gan Our Lady declare, that she the constable, ere that it were eve, converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was nothing lord of this place of which I speak. There he Constance found, but kept it strongly many winters space, under Allah, king of all Northumberland, that was full wise and worthy of his hand. Again the Scots, as men may well hear, but turn I will again to my mateer. Satan, that ever us waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfection, and cast anon how he might quite her while, and made a young knight that dwelt in that town love her so hot of foul affection, that verily him thought he should spill, but he of her might once have his will. He woweth her, but it availeth not. She would do no sin by no way, and for her despite he compassed in his thought to maken her on shameful death to die. He waiteth when the constable was away, and privily upon a night he crept in Hermangilda's chamber while she slept. Weary, for waked in her orisons, sleepeth Constance and Hermangild also. This night through Satan's temptations all softly is to the bed y go, and gitte the throat of Hermangild a two, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way. There God give him mischance. Soon after come this constable home again, and eke Allah that king was of that land, and saw his wife dispiteously is slain, for which full oft he weep and wrong his hand. And in the bed the bloody knife he found by Dame Constance. Alas, what might she say? For very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance, and eke the time and where, and in what wise that in a ship was founden Dame Constance, as herebefore that ye and her devise. The kinge's heart of pity gan agrise, when he saw so benign a creature fall in disease and in misaventure. For as the lum toward his death is brought, so stands this innocent before the king. This false knight that hath this treason wrought beareth her on hand that she hath done this thing. But natheless there was great mourning among the people, and same they cannot guess that she hath done so great a wickedness. For they han seen her ever so virtuous, and loving Hermangild right as her life. Of this bar witness everych in that house, save he that Hermangild slew with his knife. This gentle king hath caught a great motive of this witness, and thought he would enquire deeper in this a truth of what to lear. Alas, Constance, thou hast no champion, nay, fight against thou not so while away, but he that staff for our redemption and born Satan, and yet lieth there he lay. So be thy stronger champion this day, for but if Christ hope and miracle kit, withouten guilt thou shalt be slain as swither. She set her down on knees, and thus she said: Immortal God, that saved us Susanna fro false blamant, thou, merciful maid, Mary I mean, daughter to Saint Anne, before whose child angels sing Hosanna. If I be guiltless of this felony, my succour be, for else I shall die. Have ye not seen some time a paler face among a press of him that hath belad toward his death, whereas him get no grace, hence which a colour in his face hath had, me might know his face that was bestad among us alle the faces in that route. So stand Constance, and look at her about. O queenes living in prosperity, duchesses, and ye ladies everych one, haveth some ruth on her adversity. An emperor's daughter stand alone, she hath no wight to whom to make her moan. O blood royal that standest in this trade, fair ben thy friendes hath thy greater need. This Allah king hath switch compassion, as gentle heart is fulfilled of pity, that from his eyen ran the water doon. Now hastily do fetch a book, quod he, and if this knight will swarn how that she this woman slew, yet will we us advise whom that we will, that shall be our justice. A Briton book, written with evangelies, was fet, and on this book he swore anew she guilty was, and in the meanwhile a hand him smote upon the neck bone, that doon he fell at once as a stone, and both his eyen burst out of his face in sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard in general audience, and said, Thou hast slandered guiltless the daughter of Holy Church in high presence. Thus hast thou done, and yet hold I my peace. Of this marvel aghast was all the press, as mazed folk they stood on everych one, for dread of wretch save Constance alone. Great was the dread, and eke the repentance of him that hadden wrong suspicion upon this seely innocent Constance, and for this miracle in conclusion, and by Constance's mediation, the king and many another in that place converted was. Thanked be Christe's grace. this false knight was slain for his untruth by judgment of Allah hastily, and yet Constanza had of his death great ruth, and after this Jesus of his mercy made Allah wedden full solemnly this holy maiden that is so bright and sheeneth, and thus hath Christ he made Constance a queene. But who was woeful, if I shall not lie, of this wedding but Donegild and nae more, the king's mother, full of tyranny, her thought her cussed heart brast at her. She woulda not her son had do so. Her thought a despite that he shoulda take so strange a creature unto his mate. Me list not of the chaff nor of the strape maken so long a tale as of the corn. Or what should I tell him of the royalty at marriage, or which course goeth before, who bloweth in a trump or in an horn? The fruit of every tale is for to say, they eat and drink and dance and sing and play. They gon to bed as it was skill and right, for though that wibers been full holy things, they must take in passions at night, switch manner necessaries as been pleasing to folk that han y-wedded hem with ringes, and lay a lit her holiness aside. As for the time, it may no bet betide. On her he gat a neighbour child anon, and to a bishop and his constable eke he took his wife to keep when he is gone to Scotland ward, his foeman for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek, so long is gone with child, till that still she halt her chamber, abiding Christe's will. The time is come, and neighbour child she bare, Mauritius at the font stone they him calla. This constable doth forth come a messenger, and wrote unto his king that Clifford was Allah, how that this blissful tiding is befalla, and other tidings speedful for to say. He taketh the letter, and forth he goeth his way. This messenger to doom his avantage unto the king's mother rideth swift, and salueth her full fair in his lang eye. Madam, quod he, ye may be glad and blithe, and thank a God 100,000 sithe. My lady queen hath child withouten doubt, to joy and bliss of all this frame about. Lo, here the letters sealed of this thing, that I mut bear with all the haste I may. If ye will aught unto your son the king, I am your servant both a night and day. Donegild answered, as now at this time nay, but here all night I will thou take thy rest. Tomorrow will I see thee what me less. This messenger drank sadly ale and wine, and stolen were his letters privily out of his box, while he sleep as a swine. And counterfeited was full subtly another letter, wrought full sinfully unto the king direct of this matter, fro his constable, as ye shall after hear. The letter spak: the queen delivered was of so horrible a fiendly creature, that in the castle noon so hard he was, that any while the durst there endure. The murder was an elf by aventure, y come by charmers or by sorcery, and every wight hateth the company. Woe was this king when he this letter had seen, but to no wight he told his sorrow sore, but of his own hand he wrote again: Welcome, the sonde of Christ for evermore, to me that am now learned in his law. Lord, welcome be thy lust and thy pleasaunce. My lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keep but this child, albeit foul or fair, and eke my wife unto mine homecoming. Christ, when him list, may send me an heir more agreeable than this to my liking. This letter he sealeth, privily weeping, which to the messenger was take soon, and forth he goeth, there is no more to doon. O messenger, fulfilled of drunkenness, strong is thy breath, thy limbs falteren aye, and thou bewrayest alla secreness. Thy mind is lorn, thou janglest as a jade, thy face is turned in a new array. Their drunkenness reigneth in any root, there is no counsel hid withouten doot. O Donegild, I ne have known English dine unto thy malice and thy tyranny, and therefore to the fiend I thee resign. Let him indicten of thy traitory. Fie, mannish, fie, O nay, by God I lie, fie, fiendly spirit, for I dare well tell, though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger cometh for the king again, and at the kinge's mother's court he lighte, and she was of this messenger full fain, and pleased him in all that ever she mighte. He drank, and well his girdle underpight. He sleepeth, and he snoreth in his guise all night, until the sun gan arise. Eft were his letters stolen every chone, and counterfeited letters in this wise: The king commandeth his constable anon, of pain of hanging and on high jewise, that he ne shoulde sufferen in no wise, co stands in with his reign for to abide 3 days and a quarter of a tide, but in the same ship as he her fond, her and her younger son and all her gear he should have put, and crowed her for the land, and charge her that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost have fear, and sleeping in thy dream been in penance, when Donegild cast all this ordinance. This messenger on morrow when he woke, unto the castle halt the next away, and to the constable he the letter took. And when that he this piteous letter say, full oft he said, Alas, and well away. Lord Christ, quod he, how may this world endure? So full of sin is many a creature. Almighty God, if that it be thy will, set thou art rightful judge, how may it be that thou wilt suffer innocence to spillock, and wicked folk reign in prosperity? O good Constance, alas, so woe is me! that I must be thy tormentor, or die on shameless death. There is none other way. Weepen both young and old in all that place, when that the king this cursed letter sent, and Constance with a deadly pale face, the first day toward her ship she went. But natheless she taketh in good intent the will of Christ, and kneeling on the strand she said, Lord, I welcome be thy son. He that me kept afro the false blame, while I was on the land among us yow. He can me keep from harm, and eke for shame insult to see, although I see not how. As strong as ever he was, he is yet now. In him trust I, and in his mother dear, that is to me my sail and eke my stair. Her little child lay weeping in her arm, and kneeling piteously to him, she said, Peace, little son, I will do thee none harm. With that her kerchief of her head she braid, and over his little eyen she it laid, and in her arm she lolleth it full fast, and into heaven her eyen up she cast. Mother, quoth she, and made her bright merry, sooth is that through woman's egerment mankind was lorn, and damned I to die, for which thy child was on a cross y rent. Thy blissful eyen saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison between thy woe and any woman may sustain. Thou saw thy child is slain before thine eyen, and yet now liveth my little child perfect, now lady bright, to whom all woeful crying, thou glory of womanhead, thou fair May, thou haven of repute, the brightest star of day, rue on my child that of thy gentilesse ruest on every rueful in distress. O little child, alas, what is thy guilt, that never wroughtest sin as yet, pardie? Why will thine harde father hand thee spilt? O mercy, dear constable, quoth she, as let my little child dwell here with thee, and if thou durst not saven him for blame, so kiss him once in his father's name. Therewith she looketh backward to the land, and said, Farewell, husband ruthless, and up she raced, and walketh down the strand toward the ship. Her followeth all the press, and ever she prayeth her child to hold his peace, and taketh her leave, and with an holy intent she blesseth her, and into ship she wenteth. Victualled was the ship, it is no dread, abundantly for her full longe spess, and other necessaries that should need, she had enow. Herod be goddess grace. For wind and water Almighty God purchase her, and bring her home. I can no better say it, but in the sea she driveth forth her ware. Explicit secunda pars. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. sequitur, pars tertia. Alla the king cometh home soon after this, unto his castle of the which I told her, and axeth where his wife and his child is. The constable gan about his heart a called her, and plainly all the manner he him told her, as ye han heard. I can tell it no better, and showeth the king his seal and eke his letter. And said her, Lord, as ye commanded me up pain of death, so have I done certain. This messenger tormented was till he must begnawa and tell her plat and plain from night to night in what place he had lain, and thus by wit and subtle enquiring imagined was by whom this harm gan spring. The hand was Knoa that the letter wrote, and all the venom of this cursed deed, but in what wiser certainly I note. The effect is this, that Allah, out of dread, his mother slew, that men may plainly read her, for that she traitor was to her legions. Thus endeth all the Dungild with mischance. The sorrow that this Allah night and day maketh for his wife and for his child also, there is no tongue that it tell may. But now will I unto Constanza go, that flateth in the sea in pain and woe 5 year and more, as liked Christes sonde, that her ship approacheth unto London. Under an heathen castle at Alaster, of which the name in my text not I find, Constans and eke her child the sea upcast. Almighty God, that saveth all mankind, have on Constans and on her child some mind, that fallen is in heathen land eftsoone, in point to spill, as I shall tell you soone. Doon from the castle cometh there many a wight, to garn on the ship and on Constans, but shortly from the castle on a night, the Lord a steward, God give him mischance, a thief that had renayed our crayons, come into ship alone, and said he should a leman be, whereso she would unalder. Woe was this wretched woman, and though begone, her child cried, and she cried piteously. But blissful Mary help her right anon, for with her struggling well and mightily, the thief fell overboard suddenly, and in the sea he drent her for vengeance. And thus hath Christ unwamed kept Custan. Auctor. O foul lust of luxury, lo thine end! Not only that thou faintest manners mind, but paralyze thou wilt his body shender. The end of thy work, or of thy lusts blind, is complaining how many may men find, that not for work sometime, but for the intent to doom this sin, been either slain or shenter. How may this work-all woman hand the strength her to defend again this renegade? O Goliath, unmeasurable of length, how might David make of thee so mat, so young, and of armour so desolate? How durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men seen it nas but Godde's grace. Who yet Judith courage or hardiness, to slay him Holofernes in his tent, and to deliver out of wretchedness the people of God. I say for this intended, that right as God's Spirit of vigour sent to them, and saved them out of mischance, so sent he might and vigour to Constance. Forth goeth a ship throughout the narrow mouth of Gibraltar, and sceptre driving aye, sometime west, sometime north and south, and sometime east, full many a weary day, till Christa's mother, blessed be she aye, hath sharpened through her endless goodness to make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint of Constance but a throw, and speak we of the Roman Emperor, that out of Surrey hath by letters know the slaughter of Christian folk and dishonour done to his daughter by a false traitor, I mean the cursed wicked Soudaness, that at the feast delete slain both more and less. For which this Emperor hath sent anon his senator with royal ordinance and other lords, got what many oon on Sorians to taken high vengeance. They brennen, slain, and bring him to mischance full many a day, but shortly this is the end. Homeward to Rome they shapen him to wender. This senator repaireth with victory to Romeward, sailing full royally, and met the ship driving as saith the story, in which Constance sat full piteously. Nothing ne knew he what she was, ne why she was in such array, ne she nill say of her estate, although she shoulda die. He bringeth her to Rome, and to his wife he offer, and her younger son also, and with the senator she led her life. Thus can our Lady bringen out of woe woeful Constance, and many another more. And longer time dwelled she in that place, in holy work as ever, as was her grace. The senator's wife her aunt was, but for all that she knew her never the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, but to King Alla, which I spak of yore, that for his wife weepeth and sicketh sore, I will return, and that I will Constance under the senator's governance. King Alla, which that had his mother slain, upon a day fell in such repentance, that if I shortly tellen shall and plain, to Rome he comes to receiven his penance, and put him in the Pope's ordinance, in high and low, and Jesu Christ besought, forgave his wicked workers that he wrought. The fame anon through Rome town is born, how Alla king shall come in pilgrimage, by her begarers that wenten him before, for which the senator, as was usage, ruled him again, and many of his lineage, as well to showen his higher magnificence, as to doen any king a reverence. Great cheer doeth this noble senator to King Alla, and he to him also. Ever of him doth other great honour, and so befell that, in a day or two, this senator is to King Alla go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. some men would sayn at request of Custance. This senator hath led this child to feast. I may not tellen every circumstance, be as be may, there was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hester before Allah, during the meeter spessa, the child stood looking in the king's face. This Allah king hath of this child great wonder, and to the senator he said anon, "Whose is that fair child that standeth yonder?" "I noot," quod he, "by God and by Saint John, a mother he hath, but father hath he none, that I have wot." But shortly in a stunde he told Allah how that this child was founde. "But God wot," quoth this senator also, "so virtuous a lover in my life ne saw I never as she, ne heard of more of worldly woman, maiden, nor of wife. I dare well sayn I had liever a knife throughout her breast than been a woman wicker. There is no man could bring her to that pricker." Now was this child as like unto Custance as possible is a creature to be. This Allah hath the face in remembrance of Dame Custance, and thereon mused he, if that the childe's mother were aught she that was his wife, and privily he sighed, and sped him fro the table that he mighted. "Parfait," thought he, "fantome is in mine head. I ought to deem of skilful jugament that in the salte sea my wife is dead." And afterward he made his argument: "What woot I if that Christ have hither y sent my wife by sea, as well as he her sent to my country fro thence that she went?" And after noon, whom with the senator goeth Allah for to seen this wonder chance. This senator doth Allah great honour, and hastily he sent after Custance, but trusteth weel her lister not to dance, when that she wiste wherefore was that sunder, and neither upon her feet she mighte stande. When Allah saw his wife, fair he her grete, and weep that it was Rutha for to see. For at the first look he on her sette, he knew well verily that it was she. And she for sorrow as dumb stond as a tree, so was her heart shet in her distress, when she remembered his unkindness. Twile she swooned in his own sight, he weep, and him excuseth piteously. "Now God," quod he, "and all his followers bride, so wisely on my soul as have mercy, that of your harm as guiltless am I as is Maurice, my son so like your face. Else the fiend me fetch out of this place." Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, ere that here woeful heartes might cease. Great was the pity for to hear him plain, through which her plaintes gan her woe increase. I pray you all my labour to release. I may not tell her woe until tomorrow. I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, that Allah guiltless was of her woe, I trow 100 timers been they kissed, and switch of bliss is there betwixt them two, that save the joy that lasteth evermore, there is none like that any creature hath seen or shall while that the world may dure. Though prayed she her husband meekly, in relief of her longe piteous pine, that he would pray her father specially that of his majesty he would incline to vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him eke he should by no way unto her father no word of her say. Some men would sayn how that the child Maurice doth this message unto this emperor, but as I guesse, Allah was not so nice to him that was of so sovereign honour, as he that is of Christen folk the floor sent any child, but it is bet to deem he went himself, and so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gentilly to come to dinner as he him besought, and well read I he looked busily upon this child, and on his daughter thought. Allah goeth to his inn, and as him ought, arrayed for this feast in every wise, as fair forth as his cunning may suffice. The morrow came, and Allah gan him dre, and eke his wife, this emperor to meet, and forth they ride in joy and in gladness. And when she saw her father in the street, she lighted down, and falleth him to feet. "Father," quod she, "your younger child Constance is now full clean out of your remembrance. I am your daughter Constance," quod she, "that whilom ye han sent unto Syria. It am I, father, that in the saltest sea was put alone, and dampt not for to die. Now, good father, mercy I you cry. Send me no more unto none heathenesse, but thanketh my lord here of his kindness." Who can the piteous joy tellen all betwixt them three, sin they been thus y mette? But of my tale make an end I shall. The day goes fast, I will no longer let. This glad of folk to dinner they am set, in joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell, 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was sithen emperor made by the Pope, and lived Christenly. To Christe's church he did a great honour, but I let all his story passen by. Of Constance is my tale especially. In olde Roman jesters may men find Maurice's life. I bear it not in mind. This King Allah, when he his time essayed, with his Constance, his holy wife so sweet, to England been they come the right way, whereas they live in joy and in quiet. But little while it lasteth, I you hate joy of this world, but time will not abide. Fro day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in swich delight o' day, that him nae morbid outher conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kin affray envy, or pride, or passion, or offence? I nae say, but for this end of this sentence, that little while in joy or in plaisance lasteth the bliss of Allah with Constance. For death, that taketh of high and low his rent, when passed was a year, even as I guess, out of this world this King Allah he hent, for whom Constance hath full great heaviness. Now let us prayen God his soule bless, and Dame Constance, finally to say it, toward the tune of Rome goeth her way. To Rome is come this holy creature, and findeth there her friendes whole and sounder. Now is she scaped all her aventure, and when that she her father hath y found, down on her knees falleth she to ground, weeping for tenderness in heart to blythe. She hurrieth God 100,000 sythe, in virtue and in holy alms deede. They live in Allah, and never asunder wende, till death departed them this life they lede, and fareth now weel. My tale is at an ende. Now Jesu Christ, that of his might may send joy after woe, govern us in his grace, and keep us all that been in this place. Amen. Here endeth the tale of the man of law, and next followeth the shipman's prologue. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Shipman's Prologue. Here beginneth the Shipman's Prologue. Our host upon his stirrup stood anon, and said, Good man, hearkeneth ever John, this was a thrifty tale for the nuns. Sir parish priest, quoth he, for goddess bones, tell us a tale, as was thy forward yore. I see well that ye learned men in law can much good by goddess dignity. The parson him answered, Benedicite, what aileth the man so sinfully to swear? Our host answered, O Yankin, be ye there? I smell a luller in the wind, quoth he. How, good men, quoth our host, hearken at me, abideth for God's digne passion, for we shall have a predication. This Lola here will preachen us somewhat. Nay, by my father's soul, that shall be not, said the shipman. Here he shall not preach, he shall no gospel glosen here nae teach. We live alle in the great God, quoth he. He would have sown some difficulty or springen cockle in a cleaner corn, and therefore, host, I warn thee before, my jolly body shall a tale tell, and I shall clinken yow so merry a bell that I shall waken all this company. But it shall not be of philosophy, nae physics, nae terms quaint of law. There is but little Latin in my maw. Here endeth the shipman his prologue. The Shipman's Tale. Here beginneth the Shipman's Tale. A merchant, whilom dwelled at Saint Annise, that richer was, for which men held him wise. A wife he had of excellent beauty, and companiable and revellous was she, which is a thing that causeth more dispence than worth is all the cheer and reverence that men hem doen at feasters and at dances. Switch salutations and countenances passen as doth a shadow upon the wall. But woe is him
that pain moot for all. The seely husband, how gate he mut pay, he mut us clothe, and he mut us array, all for his owen worship richly, in which array we dance jollily. And if that he not may, paraventure, or else list no switch dispense endure, but thinketh it is wasted and y-lost, then moot another payen for our cost, or lend us gold, and that is perilous. This noble merchant held a worthy house, for which he had all day so great repair for his largesse, and for his wife was fair, that wonder is. But hearkeneth to my tale. Among us alle his guestes, great and smaller, there was a monk, a fair man and a bold, I trow of 30 winter he was old, that ever in oon was drawing to that place. This younge monk, that was so fair of face, acquainted was so with a good man, sith that the first at no a leak began, that in his house as familiar was he as it possible is any friend to be. And for as muckle as this good man and eke this monk, of which that I began, were both the two y born in our village, the monk him claimeth as for cousinage, and he again, he saith not once a nay, but was as glad thereof as fowl of day, for to his heart it was a great pleasaunce. Thus been they knit with etern alliance, and each of 'em gan other for to assure of brotherhood while that their life may dure. For Reeve was Don John, and namely of dispense, as in that house, and full of diligence to doen pleasaunce, and also great custage. He not forgot to yave the least page in all that house, but after that degree he hath the Lord, and saith all his many when that he come some manner honest thing, for which they were as glad of his coming as fowl is fain when that the sun upriseth. No more of this as now, for it sufficeth. But so befell this merchant on a day shoop him to mak ready his array, toward the town of Bruges for to fare, to buy in there a portion of ware, for which he hath to Paris sent anon a messenger, and prayed hath Don John that he should come to St. Denis to play with him and with his wife a day or twae, he to Bruges went in alle wise. This noble monk, of which I yow devise, hath of his abbot has him list licence, because he was a man of high prudence, and eke an officer out for to ride, to seem her grangers and her burners wide. And unto St. Denis he cometh anon, who was so welcome as my Lord Dan John, our dear cousin, full of courtesy. With him brought he a jabber of Malvaser, and eke another full of fine vernage, and volatile as I was his usage, and thus I let him eat and drink and play, this merchant and this monk, a day or twae. The threaded day this merchant up ariseth, and on his kneedes sadly him aviseth, and up into his counter house goth he, to reckon with himself as well may be of thilke year how that it with him stood, and how that he dispended had his good, and if that he increased were or noon. His bookers and his baggers many oon he layeth before him on his counting board. Full richer was his treasure and his hoard, for which full fast his counter door he shut, and eke he knowed that no man should him let of his accountes for the meantime, and thus he sat till it was past prime. Don John was risen in the morrow also, and in the garden walketh to and fro, and hath his thingers said full courteously. This goode wife came walking privily into the garden, there he walketh softer, and him salueth as she hath done ofter. A maide child came in her company, which as her list she may govern and guy, for yet under the yerde was the maid. "O deare cousin mine, Don John," she said, "what aileth you so wrathful to rise?" "Niece," quod he, "it ought enow suffice 5 hours for to sleep upon a night, but it were for an old appalled wight, as beam these wedded men that lie and dare as in a form sit a weary hare, were all forstraught with hounders great and smaller. But, dear niece, why be ye so pale? I trow, certes, that our good man hath you laboured since the night began, that you were need to resten hastily." And with that word he laughed full merrily, and of his own thought he waxed all red. This fair wife gan for to shake her head, and said thus: "Ye God wot all," quod she. "Nay, cousin mine, it stand not so with me, for by that God that yeft me soul and life, in all the realm of France is there no wife that less lust hath to that sorry play. For I may sing, alas, and wail away, that I was born but to no wight," quod she. "Dare I not tell how that it standt with me? Wherefore I think out of this land to wend, or else of myself to make an end. So full am I of dread, and eke of care." This monk began upon this wife to stare, and said: "Alas, my niece, God forbid that ye for any sorrow or any dread fordo yourself, but telleth me your grief, peradventure I may, in your mischief, counsel or help, and therefore telleth me all your annoy, for it shall be in secret. For on my pothouse here I make an oath that never in my life for lief ne loot, ne shall I of no counsel you bewray." "The same again to you," quod she. "I say, by God and by this pothouse I you swear, though men me would all into pieces tear, ne shall I never for to goon to hell bewray a word of thing that ye me tell, not for no cousinage ne alliance, but verily for love and affiance." Thus beam they swarm, and hereupon they kissed, and each of 'em told other what him list. "Cousin," quod she, "if that I had a space as I have known, and namely in this place, then would I tell a legend of my life, what I have suffered sith I was a wife with mine husband. How be he your cousin?" "Nay," quoth this monk, "by God and Saint Martin, he is nae more a cousin unto me than is this leaf that hangeth on the tree. I clip him so by Saint Denis of France to have the more cause of acquaintance of you, which I have loved specially above an alla woman sickly. This swear I you on my profession. Telleth your grief, lest that he come adown, and hasteth you, and goeth your way anon." "My dear love," quod she, "O my Jean, for lief wi me this counsel for to hide, but out it moot, I may no more abide. Mine husband is to me the worst man that ever was, sith that the world began, but sith I am a wife, it sit not me to tell no wight of our privity, neither abed, ne in none other place. God shield I should it tellen for his grace. A wife ne shall not sayn of her husband, but I'll honour as I can understand. Save unto you thus much I tellen shall, as help me God, he is not worth at all, in no degree, the value of a fly, but yet me grieveth most his niggardie. And well ye wot that women naturally, desiring thingis sex as well as I, they would that their husbands should be hardy, and wise, and rich, and thereto free, and buxom to his wife, and fresh abed. But by that ilke Lord that for us bled, for his own or myself for to array, a Sunday next, I must needes pay 100 frankes, or else am I lorn. Yet were me liever that I were unborn, than me would doen a slander or villainy. And if mine husband eke it might aspire, I ne'er but lost, and therefore I you pray, lend me this sum, or else mote I die. Don John, I say, lend me these 100 frankes. Pardie, I will not fail you my thankes, if that you list to doom that I you pray. For at a certain day I will you pay, and doon to you what pleasance and service that I may doom, right as you list devise. And but I do, God tak on me vengeance, as foul as ever had Jenelune of France." This gentle monk answered in this manner: "Now truly, mine own lady dear, I have," quod he, "on you so great a ruth, that I you swear and plight you my truth, that when your husband is to Flanders fair, I will deliver you out of this care, for I will bring you 100 frankes." And with that word he caught her by the flankes, and her embraceth hard, and kissed her off. "Goth now your way," quod he, all still and softe, "and let us dine as soon as that ye may, for by my chilender it is prime of day. Goth now, and be't as true as I shall be." "Now Hellas God forbid, sire," quod she, and forth she goth, as jollif as a pie, and bade the cookes that they should him hie, so that men mighte dine, and that anon. Up to her husband is this wife begone, and knocketh at his counter boldily. "Qui la?" quod he. "Peter, it am I," quod she. "What, sire, how longe will ye faste? How longe time will ye reckon and caste your summers and your bookers and your thingers? The devil have part of alles which reckoningers. Ye have enow, pardie, of goddess sunder. Come doon to day, and let your baggers stunder. Nay, be ye not ashamed that Dan John shall fasting all this day along agone. What, let us hear a messe, and go we dine." "Wife," quoth this man, "little cause to divine the curious business that we have, for of us chapmen also God me save, and by that Lord the Clifford is Saint Ive, scarcely among us 12 or 10 shall thrive continually, lasting unto our age. We may well make a cheer and good visage, and drive forth the world as it may be, and keepen our estate in privity till we be dead, or else that we play a pilgrimage, or goon out of the way. And therefore have I great necessity upon this quainte world to advise me, for evermore we mutte stand in dread of hap and fortune in our chapmanhead. To Flanders will I go to morrow at day, and come again as soon as ever I may, for which, my deare wife, I thee beseeke, as be to every wight buxom and meeke, and for to keep our good be curious, and honestly govern well our house. Thou hast it now in every manner wiser, that to a thrifty household may suffice. Thee lacketh noon array, nay, no vitile of silver in thy purse shalt thou not fail. And with that word his counter door he shutteth, and doon he goeth. No longer would he let her, but hastily a messe was there said, and speedily the tables were y laid, and to the dinner fast they sped, and richly this monk the chapman fed. And after dinner Dan John soberly this chapman took apart, and privily he said him thus: "Cousine, it standeth so that while I see to Bruges will ye go, God and Saint Austin speede yow and guide. I pray yow, cousin, wisely that ye ride. Governeth yow also of your diet attemperally, and namely in this heat. Betwixt us two needeth no stranger fare. Farewell, cousin, God shielde yow fro care. If anything there be by day or night, if it lie in my power and my might, that ye me will commande in any wise, it shall be doon right as ye will devise. Or thing, ere that ye goon, if it may be, I would pray yow for to lend me 100 frankers for a week or two, for certain beastes that I must bear, to store with a place that is ours. God help me so, I wolde it were yours. I shall not fail surely of my day, not for 1,000 frankers a mile away. But let this thing be secret, I yow pray, for yet tonight these beastes mut I bear. And farewell, mine own cousin dear, grant mercy of your cost and of your cheer." This noble merchant gently anon answered and said, "O cousin mine, Dan John, now sickly this is a small request. My gold is yours, when that it yow luster, and not only my gold, but my chapare. Take what yow list, God shield that ye spare, but whole thing is, ye know it well enow of Shipman, that the money is the flower. We may crayons while we have a name, but goldless for to be, it is no game. Pay it again when it lieth in your ease. After my might, full fain would I yow please it. These 100 frankers he put forth anon, and privily he took 'em to Dan John. No wight in all this world wist of this loan, saving this merchant and Dan John alone. They drink and speak and roam a while and play, till that Dan John rideth to his abbey. The morrow came, and forth this merchant rideth to Flanders wood, his prentice well him guideth, till he came into Bruges merrily. Now goeth this merchant fast and busily about his need, and buyeth and crayonseth. He neither playeth at the dice ne danceth, but as a merchant, shortly for to tell her, he let his life, and there I let him dwell. The Sunday next, this merchant was agone to St. Denis. A common is Dan John, with crown and beard all fresh and newy shaver. In all the hosts there not so little a nabber, ne no wight else, that he nests full fain, for that my Lord Dan John was come again. And shortly to the point right for to go, this fair wife accorded with Dan John, that for these 100 frankers he should all night have her in his arms bolt upright. And this accord performed was indeed. In mirth all night a busy life they lead, till it was day that Dan John went his way, and bade the meanie farewell, have good day. For none of him, ne no wight in the town, hath of Dan John right no suspicion, and forth he rideth home to his abbey, or where him lists. No more of him I say. This merchant, when that ended was the fair, to Saint Denis he gan for to repair, and with his wife he maketh feast and cheer, and telleth her that chaffer is so dear, that needes must he make a chevisance, for he was bound in a reconnaissance to pay 20,000 shield anon, for which this merchant is to Paris gone, to borrow of certain friendes that he had, a certain frankers, and some with him he led. And when that he was come into the town, for greater charity and great affection unto Dan John, he goeth him first to play, not for to ask or borrow of him money, but for to wait and seen of his welfare, and for to tellen him of his chafare, as friendes doen when they been metty fair. Dan John him maketh feste and merry cheer, and he him told again full specially how he had well y bought and graciously, thanked be God, all whole his merchandise, save that he must in alle manner wise maken a chevisance as for his best, and then he should have been in joy and rest. Dan John answered, Sirs, I am fain that ye in heal are cometh home again, and if that I were rich as have I bliss, of 20,000 shields should ye not miss. For ye so kindly this other day lent me gold, and as I can and may I thank you, by God and by Saint James. But natheless I took unto our dame, your wife at home, the same gold again upon your bench. She wot it well certain, by certain tokens that I can her tell. Now by your leave I may no longer dwell. Our abbot well out of this town anon, and in his company mut I goon. Great well our dame, mine own Annise sweeter, and farewell, dear cousin, till we meet. This merchant, which that was full ware and wise, creanced hath, and paid eke in Paris to certain Lombards ready in their hunde the sum of gold, and gat of them his bonde, and whom he got merry as a papagay, for well he knew he stood in switch array, that needes must he win in that viage 1,000 francs above all his costage. His wife full ready met him at the gate, as she was wont of old usage algate, and all that night in mirth they beset her, for he was rich and clearly out of debt. When it was day, this merchant can embrace his wife all new, and kissed her on her face, and up he got, and maketh it full tough. No more, quoth she, by God he have enough. And wantonly again with him she played it, till at the last that this merchant said, by God, quoth he, I am a little wroth with you, my wife, although it be me loath. And wot ye why? By God, as that I guess, that ye han made a manner strangeness betwixt and me and my cousin Danjam. Ye should han warned me ere I had gone, that he you had 100 francs y paid by ready tokens, and held him evil y paid, for that I to him spak of chevy sums, me seemed so as by his countenance. But natheless, by God, a heaven king, I thought not to ask of him nothing. I pray thee, wife, nay, do no more so. Tell me alway, ere that I fro thee go, if any debtor hath in mine absence to pay of thee, lest through thy negligence I might to him ask a thing that he hath paid. This wife was not afeard nor afraid, but boldly she said, and that anon, Marry, I defy the false monk Danger. I kept not of his token, never a deal. He took me certain gold, that would I weel. What? He will them on his monk's snout, for God it wote. I wonder withouten doubt that he had yaved me because of you, to do therewith with mine honour and my prow, for cousinage and eke for bella cheer, that he hath had full oft the time as here. But sith I see I stand in this disjoint, I will answer you shortly to the point. Ye ham more slacker debtors than am I, for I will pay you well and readily for day to day, and if so be I fail, I am your whip, score it upon my tailor, and I shall pay as soon as ever I may, for by my troth I have on mine array, and not unwast bestowed every deal, and for I have bestowed it so weel, for your honour, for God's sake I say, as be not wroth, but let us laugh and play. Ye shall, my jolly body, have to wed. By God, I will not pay you but a bed. Forgive it me, mine own spouse dear, turn hitherward, and maketh better cheer. This merchant saw there was no remedy, and for to chide it ne'er but great folly, sith that the thing may not amended be. Now weep, he said, and I forgave it thee, but by thy life, ne be ne more so larger, keep better a good this yea by thee in charge. Thus endeth now my tale, God send her, tailing enow unto our lives' ender. Amen. Here endeth the Shipman's tale. End of chapter 13.